Evening. I'm Calvin Taylor, Chair of the uh, School Board, and I would like to call the School Board meeting to order. It is my privilege to welcome those attending in person at Caroline Middle School, as well as those viewing on the CCPS YouTube channel. Each provides an avenue for you to receive information, heightened education awareness, and involvement. The school board is grateful for your attendance as we continue to move our school division in a forward direction as #OneCaroline. Again, welcome to the school board meeting, and now I would like to ask the clerk of the board to call the roll.
Jay Kelleher, Student School Board Representative. Dr. Michael Hubbard, representing the Bowling Green District. Mr. Lydell Fortune, representing the Mattaponi District. Mr. Calvin Taylor, representing the Port Royal District. Dr. Sarah Calverick, Superintendent of Schools. Dr. Jawanda Rollins-Fells, representing the Reedy Church District. Mrs. Allison Sears, representing the Western Caroline District. Mr. Sean Kelly, representing the Madison District. And I'm Lisa Stevens, Clerk of the Board. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we begin this evening's meeting, excuse me, we would like to take a moment to pause and reflect. Our school community has experienced the heartbreaking loss of two of our students, and we extend our deepest sympathy to their families and their friends and all who are grieving. Jesse Messer and Ethan Randall are two of our students who passed away, I believe, this past week, and we are in deep sympathy for those students as well as their families. Having said that, we would bow our heads for a moment of silence. Thank you. At this time, I would ask Mr. Fortune for words of inspiration.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Good evening, and thank you for being present tonight. Before we begin our meeting, I would like to offer words of inspiration. As quoted by Edward Hale, "Together is one of the most inspiring words in the English language. Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. Together, families are stronger. Together, sports teams are victorious. Together, friendships are strengthened. Together is better when unity is a priority." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fortune. At this time, if we are able, we would like for you to stand for our pledge, which will be led by our students from Lewis and Clark. Yeah. Okay. Special thanks to all the students of Lewis and Clark, as well as the young man who signed. I can't call your name. I don't know your name. I should, but you did a great job, all of you, and thank you. At this time, we will have the a motion for the approval of the agenda for tonight.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second that we would approve the agenda as presented. Mr. Clerk, you may call for the vote.
Mrs. Sears?
Aye.
Mr. Fortune?
Aye.
Dr. Hubbard?
Aye.
Dr. Rollins-Fellis?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Mr. Taylor?
The agenda stands approved as presented. That takes us to Achieve 2027 Spotlight.
Good evening, Board Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Calveric. I'm excited to be here along with our CHS Principal, Dr. Tom Connolly, and our AP for CTE and work-based learning. Is she done with late buses yet? Okay. Well, she might be joining us at the podium. We'll see. Tonight, we will outline the vision focused on preparing every graduate for success through practical skills and credentials to be #3E ready. We will explain the components of each academy, which offers students a range of future pathways beyond a single traditional route. We will share details, measurable goals for improvement, and strategies aimed to reach these goals. And finally, we will highlight numerous partners collaborating with the academies to provide authentic, real-world learning experiences. Our vision is not simply to graduate students, but to be laser-focused on preparing every graduate for success. This means we guarantee that every student who walks across the stage has a clear plan equipped with real-world skills and valuable credentials for success in their next steps. We deliver on this promise through our guiding principle that the academies, because the future has more than just one path. Crucially, our academies offer a comprehensive range of career pathways, ensuring we meet diverse students' interests and the evolving needs of the workforce. Our academies, LEADS, STARS, and EDGE encompass 16 different career pathways available to our students to help them be 3E ready. Our academies cover diverse fields that are aligned to credentials and supporting our students with careers in these areas, either right after school, right after college, or after a military experience. These pathways will also continue to grow and flex over time based on community needs. For instance, we just added plant systems that we're building out this year, and we're looking to add geographic information systems in the next couple of years. In order to support our students to be 3E ready, the foundation for the work needs to focus on durable skills. Durable skills are the foundational abilities and habits of mind that enable students to navigate complex challenges, adapt to new situations, and thrive in both an academic and real-world settings. Durable skills such as critical thinking, effective communication, collaboration, creativity, resilience, self-management, etc., are transferable across contexts and last a lifetime. The 10 durable skills we focus on are derived from research with the Partnership for the 21st Century Learning, P21, and other leading organizations about what employers really want to see in their future employees. Our academies intentionally develop these skills through Leader in Me lessons, providing students with structured opportunities to practice leadership, goal setting, problem solving, and teamwork in meaningful ways. This approach aligns with the Caroline County Public School Portrait of a Graduate, ensuring that every student not only masters academic content, but also cultivates that personal, interpersonal, and cognitive skills to be successful citizens. And here is what the crosswalk of that looks like. We have taken those durable skills and crosswalked that with our habits of mind through Leader in Me and our profile of a graduate. By integrating these frameworks, the academies provide a coherent system for developing students' personal, interpersonal, and cognitive strengths, establishing a strong foundation for lifelong skills. Focusing on these durable skills not only supports individual growth, but underpins the broader goals and strategies that we will detail in the following slides, ensuring that every aspect of the academy experience intentionally prepares students to meet college, career, and community expectations. Dr. Connolly.
Thank you, Dr. Neighbors. We're going to go through our measurable goals at this time. One of our key measurable goals this year is to decrease our chronic absentee rate to below 15% by focusing on enhanced student engagement and meaningful student connections. Chronic absenteeism, which is defined as missing 10% or more of the school days, has a direct impact on student success, engagement, and graduation rates. By implementing structures like flex time, we've been able to see significant improvements. Before flex time, our chronic absenteeism rate was 26.4% in 2023-24 and 21.4% in 24-25. Through the use of flex time, we're able to improve those rates to 16.6 and 18.2% respectively. This progress shows that our efforts to build stronger relationships and provide students with meaningful opportunities to connect are making a difference. Moving forward, we'll continue to prioritize engagement, connection, and support to ensure our students are present and thriving every day. Our primary focus for Goal 1 is to create a culture where students feel connected, valued, and excited to be not only part of their academy, but part of Caroline High School. We'll achieve these through 6 core strategies. Academy mentors offering personalized, dedicated guidance throughout high school. The use of small learning communities ensure teachers build meaningful relationships with every student in their classroom. Monthly academy meetings to gather the community, gather the academy and celebrate achievements to build unity. A strong academic identity with things like academy identity with t-shirts, banners, and that will foster a sense of pride and belonging. Inviting guest speakers to provide real-world insights into careers from industry professionals, and a gamification of learning through Team Excel to make engagement fun and rewarding through friendly competition. Another measurable goal, goal number 2, is to increase on-time graduation rate by ensuring every student has a personalized 3E plan to be enrolled, enlisted, or employed, with the necessary credentials to do not one, but all of these. In the employed pathway, we are increasing CTE completers by offering more high-quality work-based learning opportunities. For those looking for a college experience, the CHS is focusing on boosting participation in advanced placement and dual enrollment courses. And for those who wish to be enlisted, we are working on significantly growing our JROTC enrollment. We currently have 105 students in this program with the ability to accommodate nearly 300, showing where there is room to grow. Goal 2 focuses on ensuring our student experiences through relevant and meaningful academics. This means creating learning experiences that directly connect to their future goals and the real world. Our strategies to achieve this, we are working to create a plan with Germanna Community College for a new Universal Certificate of Global Studies, right? That's Universal Certificate of Global Studies to begin in 2026-27 with an associate's degree pathway to start the following year in 2027 and 28. This will provide significant college access to our students right on the Caroline High School campus. We are implementing school links to dramatically improve how students create their academic and career plans, ensuring better alignment between coursework and post-graduation goals. As well as to challenge and prepare more students for college, we are looking to increase our AP and dual enrollment offerings to support and ensure access for all of our students, not just a few of our students. We are committed to increasing work-based learning opportunities across all academies to provide students with hands-on and authentic professional experience, as well as invest in professional development to train teachers in project-based learning and cross-curricular projects. This shifts the classroom from traditional lectures to engaging and collaborative problem solving. Finally, we are looking to expand our business and community partnerships to create more authentic learning experiences and bring real-world challenges and insights into our students' day-to-day education. This next slide illustrates the key academic experiences we've designed to ensure a scaffolded, career-focused journey for our students across all 4 years of high school. The journey begins in 9th grade with mock interviews and career cohort exploration. This is a foundational year where students actively discover their interests and begin practicing essential professional skills. In 10th grade, we move into the academy reveal and goal setting. At this point, students have committed to their chosen pathway. whether it is LEADS, EDGE, or STARS, and set clear, measurable objectives for the remainder of their high school career. 11th grade is highlighted by student-led conferences. This is where students will take ownership of their learning journey by showcasing their growth, achievements, and future plans to their mentors, teachers, and families. And finally, in 12th grade, the experience accumulates with a capstone project, this ultimate demonstration of mastery and leadership where students will apply what they've learned into a real-world project, preparing them for success in their chosen 3E pathway. The next slide highlights the three main initiatives we are launching to build clear pathway to college success for all of our students. Partnership with Germanna to develop the Universal Certificate of General Studies beginning next school year, as well as the Associate's Pathway the following year, bringing college-level coursework to the campus. We are expanding our AP offerings, currently start in 10th grade with our AP seminar class, and also providing additional support for students and teachers to increase access for all students, not just those who would traditionally track into these courses. As well as utilizing technology to streamline the creation of every student's academic and career plan, our new platform will ensure that students' high school coursework, credentials, and career interests are aligned and monitored, providing a clear roadmap to their post-graduation goals. Sure, that would be wonderful.
I'm stepping in for Ms. Fry, our AP for CTE and work-based learning. This slide highlights our commitment to career and technical education as one of preparing for 3E. By focusing on expanding those CTE opportunities, our main goal here is significantly increasing the number of students who are CTE completers, meaning they graduate with that industry credential. So one is that we want to expand that high-quality work-based learning opportunities. Currently, we have 100 students participating in HQWBL, that's a really mouthful acronym there, experience, and we're working diligently to grow that number. So our students, when they are graduating, when we have that first graduating class of the academies, all of them will have that opportunity to have a high-quality work-based learning experience. In order to do that, we have to increase our business and community partnerships. So these partnerships are the backbone of the success, providing expertise and resources and work-based learning sites. So we have 9 new business partnerships this year, bringing us to a total of 32 business partners that are actively supporting our academies and our students. So what does that look like? This slide showcases the strong and expanding network of the business partners that are aligned to each of our academies. And so you'll see some that actually live in more than just one academy based on the work that partner may do. So these partnerships are absolutely essential for providing our students with authentic learning, work-based learning, and career connections. This slide provides a sample look of a student's schedule, and scheduling is always a challenge when we're trying to really personalize students, having them in academies and having them have the coursework and meeting the VDOE graduation requirements. It's like a matrix puzzle that I've never seen before, and our counseling team does a great job in supporting that. Hi, Ms. Fry. These sample schedules really show what it looks like for a student to be in each of the academies with one of the pathways, one of those 16 pathways, also being able to take college-level courses too, and electives in the arts. So we want to show that being in an academy and being in a pathway doesn't limit your other choices. As a student from freshman year to 12th grade, they have 32 different courses they're going to take. The academies is only 3 of those. So just, I think seeing this has really helped a lot of our teachers and understand what the academies are and what they can do. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Fry to bring us home.
The final slide captures our entire presentation. Together, we're making Ready happen. The Academies of Caroline represent a bold commitment to ensuring every single student who walks across our graduation stage has a clear path forward, whether that's employment, enrollment, or enlistment. We are achieving this transformation through 3 core components that you've seen throughout the presentation: meaningful partnerships with our businesses and colleges, engaging experiences like our work-based learning and capstone projects, and personalized support provided by our mentors and small learning communities. We are fundamentally changing how students prepare for life beyond high school. We close with our core belief: the future has more than one path, and every path starts here in Caroline. Thank you for your partnership and commitment to making this vision a reality for our students.
What questions do you have?
Do board members have questions or maybe comments at this time?
Absolutely. Great brief, thank you. I'm a little concerned. How are we tracking data? Student success, how many are actually getting employed? The 3 E's, are we tracking? Do we have a means of tracking that data so we can then go back and modify if necessary?
We will be. So our first graduating class from the academies will not be till May of 2027. And so that is the first year we'll have the academy, students that have gone through all 3 years of the academy will be graduating.
If
And
I
so-
could interject,
Sure.
though, in the interim time, that is reflective of graduation data tracking. But in the interim, we are tracking all of the 3E paths because we must submit those for the new school performance framework. And that requires ongoing monitoring on a quarterly basis by the leadership team. So there are extensive databases
Right.
that they are upkeeping.
Good.
And
because-
there's, if I can add, I don't know, Ms. Fye, if you can come forward, there is also a survey that we do as part of career and technical education work that asks our students post-graduation how their successes have been. And I don't know if you can speak to that at all.
So last year, we reached out and made contact with 98% or something along that way of students who are considered completers, which from the presentation tells you they take 2 sequential CTE courses and pass a credential and or have a work-based learning experience. So we are required by the VDOE to complete, to reach out and touch base with 75% of our completers. Last year, we got 98%. And in the survey, we ask things like, how is your CTE experience? What are you doing now? Do you have a full-time job, part-time job? Are you in the military? Do you have current on-the-job training? Are you in a 4-year program? Are you in a 2-year program? It's very extensive, and then that feeds into our data for our Perkins funding.
Okay, and we're doing this, yes, we have to have requirements and all that, but we're doing it because that information helps us to refine our program so we can be more effective, more efficient with what we're going forward.
Yes.
I didn't see anything in here with regards to budget or resources required for this plan. I see you looking to Dr. Calveric, but what are the funding issues?
For right now, the one funding addition to make the academies happen, we had an extra English teacher added to our FTEs for this year. That helped to balance that our English classes are living in the academies, meaning that a certain English teacher is teaching EDGE students. There's another English teacher that's teaching STAR students, trying to keep our academies pure in English. Moving forward, one of our budget requests is an additional history teacher. And so an additional history teacher will keep that pure. If we're building for GIS, that will be an essential area that we want to build that with. We've moved to world geography as our freshman core history class, AP Human Geo, and that would build some of that background knowledge needed for that pathway. So we're trying to think ahead of what costs will be needed, and a lot of it is the people. We added a part-time ag teacher this year to help build that plant systems, and so that would be another budget request in order to support our pathways in the academy.
I say that because we do have a budget calendar I see up here, so that will eventually come up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A large contributor as well as Perkins funding for the completer pathway and AP and dual enrollment. We, of course, work with the state to offer those course offerings and are hoping that legislation will yield additional funding in those arenas. And then we also apply for various grants, which help us ensure that we have modern equipment And then we are really reliant on business partners to help us really lift the high-quality work-based learning experiences. So it is a wide array of funding streams.
Perkins is federal, right?
Yes.
Sorry.
Perkins is federal, right?
Perkins is federal, yes, absolutely. As of right now, we have not had any disruption to Perkins funding. The only thing we have experienced is the actual E of enlistment, which has been disrupted with ASVAB testing.
I can actually speak to that. We are testing this week for ASVAB. We got the go-ahead, and I was able to secure proctors.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Fortune had a question.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Just to tie on to the business partner conversation, I know you mentioned that currently we have 32 business partners on board. Do we have a target number of business partners that we're looking at to ensure that we can provide all of our students with that high quality work-based credit?
We currently do not have a specific target for total business partners. We are trying to ensure that we have a balance of business partners to make sure no matter which academy you're in, you can experience work-based learning in any of the academies equally. So right now our goal is balance as opposed to one overall number.
All right. And since we have such a tremendous audience here tonight, where we may have business owners or individuals who work with businesses that may be interested, can you briefly explain how easy it is to become a partner?
Absolutely. Being a partner with us, especially in terms of the academies, does not take much. You can reach out to myself, Melissa Fry, or our work-based learning coordinator, Christina Sanders, and it can be something as little as coming in and spending time with our students, being a guest speaker, coming to our CTE advisory dinners. You can absolutely host students for work-based learning. You can also decide to donate materials. We have a lot of strong business partners who do not come in very often, but they host students regularly. They also come support our advisory.
Awesome. Thank you.
Other questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
My question, one, thank you very much. Seeing the schedule laid out, I did think helped me to visualize what it looks like as we're moving through. The only thing I didn't really hear much about was our governor school students and what does this academy system look like for them? Are we making governor schools like their own academies or?
Yeah, great question. It is something we've had a lengthy discussion and thought about, but exactly what you just said. The governor school have kind of become their own academies. Like that is their pathway. Because of the schedule, they don't always get to experience every single elective or every single class we have to offer. So they have been kind of grouped into their own governor school academy for our purposes.
Yes.
I got just first of all, you said GIS coming later. Is that correct?
Potentially, yeah, that is our hope, yes. That we
Okay,
bring
yeah,
in
I would
geographic
love to hear
information.
more about that when that starts running. And I was glad to see the early release option up there. As someone who teaches seniors, I know how much of an incentive that is for the kids to stay on track, get good grades, and then potentially leave early and get a job or whatever else they're going to do. Just to clarify, though, because I saw where students were taking, regardless of what academy they were in, they were taking, like they could take an auto class, but they could still take like an honors English class. So is that then to assume that the teachers in the academy would not be teaching just in the academy, they would be teaching a wide variety of the student body population?
Great question. So our goal is for every English teacher or every teacher in academy to have purity in their classes. However, there are going to be some classes due to master schedule constraints, AP, DE, things like that. There may be some mixing of the academies, but that should be the exception, not the rule.
Mr. Chair, I didn't have a question. I just had a comment, and that was thank you. We have watched this program develop over the years, and from a parent perspective, the opportunity for a child to earn their associate's degree while in high school is a huge bonus. I can personally attest to that. Also, for the ability for parents and students to sit down with a guidance counselor and map the classes out was really key. So thank you for adding that in the presentation. And then the last thing, although we won't have the first graduating class from the academy until May 27, I have noticed so many of our students walking across the stage with their nursing pens, their stethoscopes, their teacher hats, and receiving contracts on the other side of the stage. So I think we just have, we're gonna go up from there, but I'm seeing that already. So thank you for the work that's being done and being responsive to what we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And again, I would just also like to say thank you. I can remember when you came before the board with this as a plan. And it's good to be able to see the plan as it unfolds and to see the impact, if you will, that it's making in the community. And then for Caroline County, I think it's a boost for Caroline County because we're getting our students ready for life after high school. You know, college is great, and every kid hopefully would go, but we know in the real world that does not happen. And this gives other students, and even college-bound students as well, an opportunity to get a look at the job market, the employment market, give them first-hand opportunities to determine what they really might want to do. So again, thank you so much for what you do. It's a great program, and we just keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to our board committee updates. Now, we do have another opportunity for board comments, so, but if you want to make board updates, you could do it now, or you could wait.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything. We start meeting everything next week.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I don't have anything. I don't have any
Okay.
committee updates
Okay,
right now.
I just don't want to cut any board member off that might want to. Okay, in that case, we'll go on to our recognition part of the agenda. We are about to enter recognition portion of our agenda. We enjoy having the opportunities to recognize staff and students and our community members. We ask that you would remain seated until all recognitions are complete, and then the board will pause for a quick break for anyone who would like to dismiss after the recognition is finished. Dr. Calvera.
Good evening, Chair Mr. Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, and members of the board. Exposure to art is critical to the development of every child. Art not only teaches students how to express themselves in creative and individual ways, but students who participate in regular art-related activities perform better academically, develop greater confidence, and sharpen their fine motor skills. Beyond these benefits, art education promotes problem solving, critical thinking, perseverance, growth mindset, collaboration, focus, and accountability, all power skills. CCPS graduates need to be 3E ready, enrolled, enlisted, and/or employed. In cooperation with CCPS art teachers, I have the great fortune to recognize one student each month with a certificate of honor for their individual artwork. The student's artwork will be on display at the school board office for the remainder of the month and safely return to its owner. Our amazing art teacher from Lewis and Clark, Miss Stephanie Rowe, will now come forward and introduce the October recipient of the Superintendent's Student Art Honor, Layla Ramey. Layla, you may come forward at this time as well.
Good evening, everyone. Today, I am pleased to introduce Layla Ramey, a fifth grade student, as the Superintendent's Art Honoree. Layla's drawing of a dog was created by using paint sticks and inspired by the colorful patterns and bold designs of artist Romero Brito. Layla's piece captures the artist's joyful style and showcases both creativity and a strong understanding of artistic inspiration.
If the parents are here, you may stand so we can recognize you. Thank you. That takes us to, I believe it's ABCD recognition.
Good evening, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, members of the board, and Dr. Calveric. I am thrilled to be here tonight to recognize the exceptional staff members who were nominated for and are being awarded the first quarter Above and Beyond the Call of Duty Awards for the 25-26 school year. The ABCD Award honors employees who truly go above and beyond the call of duty in their roles. This includes all staff members, teachers, administrators, support staff, office professionals, instructional assistants, nurses, nutrition services, transportation, and maintenance teams. Once nominated, individuals are evaluated based on one or more of the following criteria: making significant contributions that improve job efficiency, enhance the quality of services, increase safety or conserve resources, performing humanitarian or heroic acts, or responding proactively by anticipating needs and solving problems without specific direction. I am now pleased to present our award recipients. And our first award is Ms. Martise Tillman, a paraprofessional at Lotus Academy. Ms. Tillman has, and she was nominated twice, by the way. Ms. Tillman has consistently demonstrated initiative, dedication, and a strong commitment to student success. She proactively stepped into the role of social emotional learning and 3E Ready facilitator, developing engaging lessons, often on her own time, to ensure every student receives meaningful instruction and preparation for life beyond graduation. Beyond her paraprofessional duties, Ms. Tillman brings creativity, positivity, and professionalism to every task. She played a key role in launching the Alternative Suspension Center, contributing to improved attendance and program success. Currently working towards becoming an elementary teacher. Yay! Ms. Tillman inspires students through her perseverance, hard work, and genuine care for others. Lotus Academy is truly fortunate to have her on the team. I'll get you that early teacher contract soon. All right. Next up, we have Miss Namiko Johnson, math teacher at Caroline High School. Ms. Johnson consistently goes above and beyond to ensure that student learning remains engaging, consistent, and of the highest quality. She takes initiative, provides innovative instructional support, and demonstrates professionalism and care in every aspect of her work. Always willing to lend a hand, she collaborates seamlessly with colleagues, filling gaps and offering assistance wherever it's needed. Ms. Johnson's dedication, leadership, and calm, solutions-focused attitude reflect the highest standards of excellence in education, making her truly deserving of this recognition. All right, and last but not least, Ms. Amanda Arbitrario, food service technician at Lewis and Clark. Ms. Arbitrario is always willing to lend a helping hand to her colleagues, ensuring that the kitchen runs smoothly and efficiently. Her teamwork and positive spirit make her a valued member of the school community. Most importantly, she always greets students with warmth and kindness every day. Her friendly smile and encouraging words create a welcoming environment that brightens students' mornings and makes them feel cared for. Her consistent hard work, positive attitude, and genuine care for others makes Ms. Arbitrario an outstanding member of our team and truly deserving of this recognition. Now, I want to make sure we mention all of our wonderful nominees, and they will receive a copy of their nomination forms. Keep up the good work, doing all things with excellence.
And I failed to ask Ms. Johnson if she had any family here supporting her. You are strong as one woman tonight. I love that. And Arthur has a whole grouping back there, so give me the celebration.
Woo!
That takes us to our State Fair winners. Dr. Nabels.
All right, good evening, Chairman Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, members of the board, and Dr. Calveric. I'm honored to be here tonight to celebrate some of our amazing, you can see this room is filled with amazing secondary school students who've accomplished great things at the State Fair. So we have a number of recognitions this evening. I'd first like to ask for Miss Kendall Rogers to come up to the podium. And as she's coming up to the podium, yes, give her a round of applause, please. She is our CMS FFA sponsor and has worked tirelessly to help support that good work.
Thank you. I first want to also introduce Ms. Reynolds. She's here with us as our second co-teacher for Ag and has graciously been just joining in and coming under my wing and helping me out and holding my wing up from time to time as well. So we attended the fair. I don't even know how many days I was there, just like every day of my life while I was there. If you're in Ag, you know how that works. But we went just about every day, like I said. Our first contest that we competed in was the lawn tractor driving contest. This was on our first day of the fair. And our very own Ryan Matassa competed in this contest. He placed 7th overall, and he is at a soccer game, which is 8th grade night, so he's celebrating that tonight. But he had to complete a course, also drive through that course with the least amount of errors, complete a parts ID, and take a written test on the lawnmower. Our next activity was over the weekend. We actually had 2 events going on for the first weekend of the fair. It was the one day of rain. Normally when we have the fair, it's rain every day, but I think it only rained one day at the fair, really and truly, and it wasn't horrible. But our first weekend of the fair was pretty busy. The rain did not stop us, and nor did it hold back anything. We not only competed in the poultry show over the weekend, but we also had the rodeo that we participate in. We helped the Cowboy Mounted Shooting Association with their arena setting up balloons throughout. So we had multiple students and parents help with setting up that, and they donate to our program for each event that we help with that. We had many students participate in poultry showing. As your name is called, please come forward if you are here. Shaylin Barber placed 14th intermediate. Gabe Larson placed 13th intermediate. Riley Orr placed 6th intermediate. And Hannah Pelham also placed 6th novice in showmanship. All of these members have their own poultry at home and brought them to the show. Used them not only for showing with the judges in the cage, but also showed them for showmanship, where they had to show off what they knew about their bird, other birds, and also just be able to handle their bird properly. So they're also going to be showing again this November on the 22nd at the Caroline Fairgrounds. Everyone is welcome, and hopefully we'll have even more students entering birds as well, including some of our classroom birds. The next event we had was on that following Monday. It was another busy day of multiple things going on at once. We had our demo day. We had 2 teams, complete teams, that competed. If you're here, please come forward. We had Emily Lepp and Addison Felix, who competed in the agriculture demonstration topic, and their topic was on proper small animal restraints for cats and dogs. They placed 11th overall in the junior division. Our second team was Aubrey Adair and Chandler Brooks. If they could come forward, please. They competed in the horticulture demonstration, and their topic was fairy gardens. They placed second overall in the state junior division. Yes. They had to demonstrate that skill in front of two judges, talk through it, and it's a really good activity for students to try out where they can actually do that public speaking, but in a small situation in a giant barn, so it's not as over-intimidating. Our next event was on that Wednesday, so after a day off for a moment to get back to my life for a moment here teaching, our third day of the event was filled with two other contests, very different contests as well. We had a team of 4 compete in our junior crops judging. They had to identify seeds and plants, as well as judge seeds like soybeans, clover, and wheat. If you're here, please come forward. Scott Smith, Eli Russell, Lana Capina, sorry, you're used to it, right? And Jalen Simon. They all placed 11th overall as a team in the state junior division. The second event that day was the middle school CDE contest. This contest changes each year depending on the year that we're on, even or odd. And this year it was on food and fiber, which is dairy, meats, I'm gonna miss it, it's something, dairy, meats, and then FFA quiz bowl, and small animal care. And then they also, yeah, that was all they had to do. It was food and fiber, small animal care, and trivia with FFA. They placed 10th overall as a team, and that team included Sloan Smith, Riley Orr, Addison Wagner, and Gabe Larson. Our final day at the fair for the middle school was our Skillathon event. So on that last Friday of the fair, we had 5 individuals that competed in the state Skillathon contest. They competed in multiple different species of their choice. They chose 2 of the 4 and had to not only identify breeds, equipment, feed and seed, breeds, feeds, equipment, meats, and then a test as well. We had Carly Stover, who competed in sheep and goat, Emily Lepp, who did sheep and goat as well, Emily Kirtley, she competed in sheep and cattle, August Small did sheep and goat, and Hunter Ryan, who did goat and swine. They will find out their results tonight on a Zoom meeting at 7 o'clock, so they're excited to find out how they actually did. I last just want to say, I want to give a big hoot to my little FFA children. For these contests, they have to use a Scantron, and anybody in here that's old like me, veteran, you know how a Scantron works. These kids don't know anything about those. So part of it is just getting them to learn how to read a Scantron and fill one in. So if you ask any of these students that have been up here today, that's the one thing they wish they didn't have to do, but they realize it is good for the contest. But teaching them how to use a Scantron is like a whole other world to them. So we still use them today, but they're not in the vending machines in the schools. So please know they're still out there, and if you can teach your kid how to use a Scantron now, it'd be great.
I would just like to inject, if there are any parents of students that didn't get to stand, I want you to stand now, because these kids wouldn't be here if you all were not here. So if there are parents that didn't get to stand, please stand, be recognized, and thank you very much for your participation.
And it wasn't just CMS that had their FFA compete. We also have CHS. So if I can ask Kelsey Trainer, our CHS FFA sponsor, to come down, and if you all can join me in giving her a round of applause for the work that she does to support.
Okay, so we also had a busy time at the fair. The first contest we had was our tire art contest. If you were at the state fair, you might have seen a little demonstration area, and we placed third overall with our tire art. And that team, when I call your name, if you could come down, was Jada Bland, Courtney Kissel, Michaela Cox, and Lily Stover. And they came up with this design all themselves and planned it out, and then I just kind of figured out how we were going to do it and everything, so. Okay, our next contest was Friday, and that was the lawn tractor driving. We had 2 individuals compete in it. Ben Smith, who's not with us tonight, but he placed 4th overall in the lawn tractor driving contest. And then this Thursday, he'll do tractor driving, which we're hosting for Federation Tractor Driving. On Monday, we had Ag and Hort demo, and we were there with Kendall as well. And we had 3 teams compete. We had 1 ag demonstration and 1 horticulture, 2 horticulture demonstrations. Alice Heath placed first and with her horticulture demonstration. And then Kaylin Lepp and Abigail Mayo placed 10th overall in hort demo. And I'm about to feel like a really bad ag teacher because I didn't get certificates made for the next students, so I'm sorry. But I forgot to put them on the spreadsheet. But we also had students at the poultry show, and I kind of say that Miss Rogers does this because I do the livestock weekend, and then she does the poultry show weekend. Yeah, basically. No, I'm just kidding. But we had, and this really starts in the middle school program with the poultry shows, and then it just kind of continues on through high school. But we had Courtney Kissel, Alice Heath, Jada Bland, and Emily Shoup all participated in the poultry show. And Emily Shoup, she got champion large fowl and champion continental breed. So if you guys will come down. Next was Tuesday, and that was Forestry Field Day. This was our first time we'd ever competed in this event ever at the state fair. And we are lucky enough that you can see it in the picture on the far left, or I guess it might be right. Yeah, no, left, I don't know. The one with all the orange t-shirts and the forester in the middle. That is Matt Coleman. He is our county forester for Caroline County, and he had been helping the kids basically since the last week of August all through September, and he helped coach the Forestry Field Day team and also coached our forestry. We had 2 forestry teams this year, and he also coached them as well. And so I was super grateful for him and all of his help. But Cameron Grant, Chase Gustard, Kobe Southworth, Gavin Pickett, Ben Smith, and Carson Boltuis, they placed 16th overall out of almost 50 teams. And Kobe Southworth placed 13th overall in log throwing. Gavin Pickett placed 13th overall in bow saw. Chase Gustard and Clayton Perry placed 14th overall with a cross-cutting saw or 2-man saw. And so this contest is like the actual application of like what foresters do, like actually in the field. It was really cool. This is now my favorite day of the state fair. And so, yeah, it was pretty awesome. And we were like one of the only teams that we didn't have any of our own tools or anything. We just used the ones that were there. And so the kids did great. So good job. And then Wednesday we had crops judging, and we had 2 crops judging teams. We had a senior team and a junior team. The senior team was Kobe Southworth, Chase Gustard, Alice Heath, and Michaela Cox. This team placed 6th overall, and Michaela Cox placed 4th overall high individual. The junior team was Grayson Bright, Jamison Cannon, Graham Carter, and Harrison Sanders, and they placed 8th overall. And that junior team was all freshmen, and they had never competed, I don't think, in crops judging. And then finally, we made it to the last day, or the last weekend, with the livestock show. I had 2 students competing during this weekend, and that was Tyler Calhoun, and he's not with us tonight, but he showed his yearling ABGA goat Bertha, who that's her in the picture, and he placed 2nd with her in his class, in his yearling doe class, and then they showed in the division drive of the ABGA show. And then Cameron Grant, who's here, and he showed his breeding ewe and commercial heifer Hurricane, and he placed first in the commercial heifer class, and then was in the commercial heifer champion drive. So, congratulations. You're welcome. Oh, I don't know.
We also had a number of awards for our CHS culinary students. And I'll ask Ms. Melissa Fry to come down to honor our students. And I think Dr. Connolly may have their certificates, as Chef Jazz is driving right now and is not able to be here.
Our culinary students did amazing at the fair. Bruce Juarez won 3rd place in the Mexican Egg Contest, as well as earning the Virginia Egg Council Scholarship. Joseph Brady and Maria Savasca won 2nd place with their jalapeno cornbread. Reagan Forehand and Justin Riviera won 2nd place with their zucchini bread. Caden Golden won 1st place with their buttermilk biscuit. Dylan Pinzon Montano won 2nd place with their Oreo cinnamon rolls. Aurelio Arbitrito won 2nd place with their mango donuts. Bryce Dillard, Bryce Dillard won 2nd place with their apple fritter bread. Travis Parker won 2nd place with their apple butter bars. Jordan Norman and Michaela Toramina won 2nd place with their almond macaroons. Marcelo Areno took 2nd place with their strawberry cheesecake cookies. Garrett Anderson won 1st place with their maple sugar cookies. Tiara Callaway Gating placed 3rd with their maple sugar candy. Jason Butler placed 2nd with their chocolate truffles, and again 2nd with their gold leaf chocolate truffles. Gabe Tate placed 1st with their lemon ginger snap truffle. Norris Wright placed 1st with their pecan pie truffles. Aria Arbitrio placed 2nd with their mango bread. Jaden Knuckles placed 3rd with their vegetable cookie. Brianna White placed 1st with their potato chip cookie. Alita Van Noy placed 2nd with their strawberry crunch. Joseph Brady placed 2nd with their jalapeno cornbread. Reagan Forehand placed 2nd with their zucchini bread. And as somebody whose office is directly across from the culinary arts room, I gained a lot of weight during this time taste testing, but it was delicious.
And finally, we had a number of our students who won with fine arts. And so I asked Ms. Katie Bolts to come down to share the names of those winners.
Good evening. I brought along with me our amazing new art and photo teacher, Miss Taylor Stewart. She's going to do the introductions, and I'm going to pass out certificates.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Miss Stewart. So I'm going to call out all of our winners. I'm going to call out 3 at a time so that you guys can observe their beautiful artwork, as well as the award that they won, okay? So our first winners that we have, Carpenter Rowe won Best of Section in Acrylic Painting. Jay Kelleher won 2D Scholarship, 3rd place, and Travis Hoyt won 2nd place for the 3D Scholarship. And if you guys could come down here to receive your certificates. Jay Kelleher also had 3rd place for stained glass. Carpenter Rowe also had, I believe this is the 1st place for acrylic painting. And then we also had Riley Decatur, 1st place stained glass as well. We have Nancy Lopez Mendez, 2nd place collage. Ryder Parker, 1st place collage. And then we also have, I believe this is Ariella Arbitrario, 1st place embroidery. We also had some awards in bookmaking as well. I'm going to actually just read through them since their names aren't up there. We had Emily Hernandez-Fernandez, 1st place in bookmaking. Liliana Jonke Aragones, 2nd place bookmaking. Kanan Busby, 3rd place bookmaking. Cesar Mendoza, 1st place exceptional ed bookmaking. Autumn Gray, 2nd place exceptional ed bookmaking, and Kylie St. John, 3rd place exceptional ed bookmaking. Okay. And then these are the other 3 bookmaking awards as well. We can slide through that. Okay. We also had, I believe this is 1st place, Jay Kelleher for clay sculpture. I also believe that is 3rd place for Jay Kelleher in acrylic painting. And Jay Kelleher, 1st place mixed media as well, on the right. And that was all of our winners. I do want to point out that we had 25 entries into the Virginia State Fair this year, and we left with 18 awards, which is really amazing.
Thank you. I would just like to add that if you are an FFA advisor, would you, FFA advisors, if you would just stand, if they are ones that are here, because they did a lot to get these students to where they are, and thank you so much for what you did. And last but not least, if you are a high school parent and you didn't get to stand, I want you to stand now. If you're a high school parent and you had a child up here and you didn't get to be recognized, just stand so we can give you a round of applause. Thank you for your support.
And thank you so much for hanging tight for the recognition period. We know that it was an extended allotment of time tonight, but how great is it to celebrate the goodness amongst our students and our staff? We have 2 quick celebrations to end the recognition period. The Virginia School Boards Association recognizes school board members for their dedication, time, and commitment to improving board governance through participation in VSBA meetings, conferences, board development programs, training, and active involvement in the association. VSBA members earn credits toward Academy Awards based on participation from July 1 through June 30 of each year. There are 5 levels of recognition with certificates and pins awarded to those who achieve designated milestones. The VSBA Academy Awards are presented annually to the school board members who meet the requirements within a 2-year period. Tonight, I am pleased to present the 2025 VSBA Academy Awards and recognize the following individuals for their outstanding achievement and commitment. The entire Caroline County School Board has earned the Award of Distinction, the highest level of achievement, which is presented to members who have earned 84 credits within a 2-year period. Recipients receive a certificate and a pin, which is right before you on the podium, or excuse me, on the dais, to reflect their accomplishments. Our Award of Distinction recipients are Mr. Calvin Taylor, Chair, Mr. Lydell Fortune, Vice Chair, Dr. Jawanda Rollins-Fells, Sean Kelly, Dr. Michael Hubbard, Allison Sears, and Dr. Sarah Calveric. Congratulations to our Caroline County Public School Board members on this remarkable achievement.
Good evening, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, members of the board, and Dr. Calveric. Reporters and local media outlets play an important role in public education. School division leaders rely on responsible reporting by local media representatives so that our community members receive timely information about division initiatives and programs. Considering the impact that media coverage can have on community attitudes and beliefs, the Media Honor Roll was created to recognize fair and balanced reporting about our schools and Virginia's public education system. Each year, the VSBA Media Honor Roll recognizes media representatives in 3 categories: print, radio, and television. Criteria for honorees include the following: the media representative makes the effort to get to know the superintendent and board chair, understands the division's mission and goals, reports school news in a manner that is fair, accurate, and balanced, gives a high-profile position to good news about schools, regularly visits the schools and attends board meetings, and maintains a policy of, quote, no surprises by sharing information with school representatives. Tonight, I am pleased to recognize, on behalf of Caroline County Public Schools, Mr. Taft Coghill Jr., a proud Caroline High School alumnus and reporter for the Freelance Star and Fredericksburg Free Press, as our 2025 Media Honor Roll recipient. Taft, almost, got a little more. Taft has served as an essential partner, consistently delivering insightful, fair, and heartwarming coverage that spotlights the remarkable successes of our students, educators, and staff. His unwavering dedication ensures that the narrative of public education in Caroline County is told with accuracy and enthusiasm, strengthening the vital bond between our schools and the communities we serve. His dedication extends beyond the press room, as evidenced by his vital service on the CCPS Hall of Fame Committee, which, having commenced work in December of 2024, recently selected the inaugural class of 2025. Thank you, Taft, for all that you do for Caroline schools and for continuing to make your alma mater proud.
Okay, at this time, if there are persons who would like to leave as our recognition portion is over, you may do so at this time. Now, we're not saying you have to go, but if you're going to go anyway, thank you for being here. You've done it. It was. We are now entering our information from the district YMCA program. Ms. Haley.
Great evening, School Board Chair, Mr. Taylor, Vice Chair, Mr. Fortune, members of the board, and Dr. Calveric. Tonight, I am pleased to welcome the leadership from our local YMCA to discuss the vital role their programming plays in supporting our students and community. First, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Sharika Twiner, the Executive Director of Caroline Family YMCA. Mrs. Twiner has been a driving force behind the YMCA's mission for numerous years, overseeing the comprehensive strategies that ensure the Y remains a cornerstone for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility in our area. Joining her is Ms. Kiana Johnson, our dedicated youth director, and Mrs. Johnson is directly responsible for shaping and implementing the before-after-school programs, second grade swim to learn program, and summer programs, all that impact so many of our students' lives, focusing on building character, confidence, and academic support. Please receive Mrs. Twiner and Ms. Johnson to the podium as they present on the impactful YMCA programming.
Good evening, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, Dr. Calveric, and board members. Thank you all so much for giving us the opportunity to come and highlight our before and after school program, specifically focusing on our school-age childcare. We thank you all for the partnership that allow us to make a positive impact in the families and the children of Caroline County. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Johnson.
Good evening. Thank you all. First of all, let me just say congratulations to so many of you for your recognition of distinction. Awesome job there. I do want to get into the YMCA and not just the services that we provide in our SAC program, but also the partnerships that we have with Caroline County Public Schools and just how valuable it is as well. As you can see, the Rappahannock Area YMCA, which is our association, is comprised of 4 branches. Caroline is the younger sister, if you will, of all 4 branches. And one thing that people may not know is that when you are a member of the Caroline Family YMCA, you are actually a member of all of the branches. So you're able to utilize your membership, whether you're an employee or a member, to visit any of those branches that you see there. Our mission is to put Christian principles into practice through programs that build healthy spirit, mind, and body for all. We do encompass this into our program. We make sure that the kids are aware of what our mission is throughout our programming, but we highlight this the most at the beginning of the school year when we serve the kids for the beginning. We are currently serving all of your elementary schools, and so you can see that we have Lewis and Clark, where we are currently housed out of, along with Bowling Green. We do bus students from Madison over to Lewis and Clark daily. We take them in the morning, and then again, we pick them up in the afternoon. You can see that our time there, we do begin at 6 a.m., so we are up just as early as many of you, and we do close at 6:30 p.m. This is essential because we realize there are plenty of students and families that need us to close during those hours when so many daycares are changing their times, they're closing earlier. We have been committed to still staying open till 6:30. Couple things I'd like to point out with the YMCA and the Caroline County Public Schools partnership and its benefits is one, the availability. SAC, school-age childcare, is accessible for families on days when school may be closed for various reasons. So teacher work days, we continuously stay open. Early dismissal days, when kids are getting out with you early, we still provide childcare. Inclement weather days as well, and spring, summer, and winter breaks. Another thing that's very important is that we do provide assistance for those families that are in need of our services. We do have our own financial assistance program called Open Doors, where a family can get anywhere up to 50% discounts for child care services through a qualifying process. So they do have to submit some paperwork and be qualified, but that is available to them. Additionally, we do take students who are enrolled in the subsidy program through the Department of Social Services, and school employees also receive a member rate whether or not they're a member. So any of your staff and employees that are not members of the Y but still need our services, we're going to go ahead and give them that membership rate because we value the work that they do. Our staffing, as you can see, that many, then this is something I'm very proud of, that we currently have 15 staff that are working with the YMCA in our SAC program, but 6 out of those 15 are CCPS employees. And so we're kind of able to receive the benefits of having those employees who are knowledgeable of the kids that we serve, roll right over to our after-care program, work with our kids in the before-care program, and they know them, and they're able to help some of us who don't know them that well assist with them in different things. The staff are trained in order to meet licensing requirements. All of our sites are licensed through the state of Virginia, and such trainings do include FBI and CPS background checks, mandated reporter training, child abuse prevention, supervision, and MAT training, which is the administration of medication. These are our YMCA core values: caring, honesty, respect, and responsibility, and these are so important. We do implement this instruction at the beginning of the SAC year, which is the school year, but we also implement it throughout the course of the year. We engage with kids in a way that they understand that their daily interactions are so important in these core value areas. Discipline is also highlighted in these core values. We ask kids, do you think that's a responsible decision? Are you being respectful? Is that an honest choice that you're making? And that's important for them to start the thought process behind some of the interactions that they have, and for them to have accountability as well. So many people ask, what do we do? Right? We have the kids after school and before school, and are we just sitting around and we're not doing anything? And contrary, we actually have lesson plans ourselves. And as you can see, this is an example of one of our lesson plans. We use the SAFE model, and that stands for sequence, active, focus, and explicit, where all of our components of that lesson plan are going to follow into all of those bullet points. It's guided instruction that helps kids transition from before care to the school day, and then again from the school day to aftercare. The lessons are fun, and they're designed to incorporate participation for all students involved. We do have schedules. Schedules are very important, much like they are in school. And so with our schedules, a routine is created. There's continuity and structure for the students. Many of our students do need this to be successful in their school day. It adequately provides a transition for participants into a learning environment while also including elements of fun. And lessons are facilitated by caring, trained staff that are interested in their success. So typically with our daily schedule, we're going to keep the same staff with that child all day. Maybe mostly throughout the week. So there's that continuity, there's that relationship building, consistency as well. These are currently our SAC costs. We do try to keep costs as low as possible, and we also keep costs similar for a couple of years. We try not to go up as much as possible, but we do provide before care, as you can see, services along with aftercare, so parents don't have to sign up for both. They can a la carte what it is that's beneficial to them, and before care too. We do provide snack for children that are participating after school time. In the morning, it is up to parents to provide that snack, or they can take part in the breakfast provided by the school. So what is research really saying about after school, which is so very viable and important? According to After School Alliance Organization in their May 2025 fact sheet, what families and parents want most is safety, learning for their children, and foundational skills. With the safety, the children are being treated fairly by the staff, they feel safe, they feel like they belong and they matter, and that is so key. Again, with the consistency of the staff that is working day to day. Learning, we are seeing higher math grades and higher English grades, along with science and just an overall GPA. And then their foundation skills, which is also very important, their leadership skills, the ability to improve their conflict resolution, gaining skills that prepare them for college and their career, and skills that they can use later in life. An example of that would be during our summer camp program, which I'll talk about shortly, where we're able to have kids that attend at the age of 5 before they even go to kindergarten. And so we're able to teach them some of the things that are necessary for them to start kindergarten already in summer camp if they participate for our 10-week program. And so some of those things would be making friends, standing in the line. I believe it's using level 0, as so many of them do, especially at Lewis and Clark. And so we're already giving them those tools early because they're with us prior to the SAC program beginning. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. Parents say that kids in after-school programs are 79% likely to connect with caring adults. They're 80% likely to work on reading and writing skills, which we do as part of our lesson plans. 91% they interact with peers and build social skills. And voters agree that after-school programs are 91% have the ability to provide peace of mind knowing their kids are safe and supervised. And so having those kids at the schools that their parents are dropping them off at, where they are staying there for that period of time, whether it's before or after care or both, and knowing that they're somewhere safe is so key to some of the work that we're doing. 90% help young people catch up academically and socially, and 89% help youth gain foundational skills like teamwork and communication. Now, I don't want you to just take it from me, so we've asked some of our parents, what do you think about the YMCA? And so just a couple quick quotes I'd like to share with you. This is from one of our parents, Miss Laura O, and she says that as a working parent, finding reliable and affordable childcare that I can trust is essential. The SAC program has provided a safe and nurturing environment where my child is not only well cared for, but also engaged in enriching activities that support their emotional, social, and intellectual development. The staff is always professional, compassionate, and supportive, ensuring that my child feels comfortable and valued every day. One other parent wrote, Ms. Jasmine H., the structured educational activities combined with the fun she shared with her friends have made the YMCA a significant part of her daily life. I firmly believe it's essential to maintain this safe space for families and children, as the impact of such transitions is profound. The YMCA has been a reliable child care facility, and I am truly grateful for the supportive community it fosters. And I'm just like to take a moment to thank not just those parents, but the parents that we have enrolled, much like you guys did a little while ago, because without the support of our families and our parents, we couldn't do the work that we're doing. So I talked a little bit about summer camp. We kind of call this our wraparound engagements because we see these kids all year round, and we are open all year round for a variety of different things. During the summertime, we do take field trips as well as some of the lesson planning that you heard me talk about earlier. Summer camp also allows for 10 weeks students to engage and get prepared for the school year as well through interactive learning. our Bright Beginnings program. Many of you have heard about it. I don't know, by show of hands, everybody on stage has heard about Bright Beginnings? Yes, and so this gives an opportunity for youth to put their best foot forward at the beginning of the school year. These are not just CCPS kids, but they're also YMCA kids. And so we do take them shopping, we give them a head start, school supplies, they get backpacks. I don't spearhead it, Ms. Twiner does, but it just to see the faces on the kids that they feel like they're confident and their parents feel supported is outstanding. And then also you heard a little bit about our second grade Learn to Swim program, which we are currently in. I can't take credit for it. That shout out goes to Ms. Christina Redmond, who's our aquatics director. But we all collectively work on that program because we all think it's so important that second graders are learning the basic skills that are necessary to keep them safe in water. And so while this isn't a SAC program, it is a wraparound, a holistic approach to interacting with the youth in this community. Before I leave, I would just like to take a moment. Of course, you got my contact information up there, and Ms. Twiner is the executive director. If you have any questions about the SAC program or if you have any families that are in need, please feel free to reach out to me. But additionally, I would also like to thank the board for your support. Continuously, I've seen many of you at some of our engagements, our Healthy Kids Days and such, so thank you for that. I would also like to thank the principals at each of the elementary schools that have to receive my emails and my phone calls. I know Ms. Brown was here a little bit earlier, but Ms. Hextall and Ms. Hicks, because without their collaborative partnership and cooperation, when we have challenges, but when good things are happening, this would really be hard to do in the schools. A SAC program would be hard to have. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for all that you guys do, and I will take any questions, I guess, maybe.
Does the board members have questions at this time?
Yes, sir, I do.
Yes.
With the fee schedule, is
Yes.
that the fee per week or for the month?
It is the fee per week. Again, we really do try to push our Open Doors program. We do have several kids that do receive subsidy too. And it does go to us purchasing snacks for the kids as well as crafts and other things that we need for the day-to-day as well as staffing.
I think the price is very reasonable.
Well, thank you.
I'm very aware of daycare
Yes,
prices.
it
So
can be
thank you
outrageous.
for that. And then my second question is, what is your capacity? What's the max number of students you can take?
So at Lewis and Clark, we can take 75. Okay, at Bowling Green and Caroline, we do during teacher work days and summer camp sometimes house those kids at Caroline, and that quantity is 75 when it's summer camp, but 50 for both locations if it's just through the year. So teacher work days are a first come first serve because we are capped at 50. Okay. That is our license.
Outstanding. And if I could just provide some feedback.
Yes, ma'am.
The second grade swimming program.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm that mom that was like, we're gonna do what,
Mhm.
where, and I knew it was important to not instill a fear of water in my child.
Absolutely.
But I had a concern about how many kids and how many eyeballs.
Mhm.
That program was run so well.
Thank you so
and
much.
to see my child be very confident but very cautious that just because you like water doesn't mean run off in 10
Yes, ma'am.
feet. And so thank you for that confidence, and just wanted to publicly give you that feedback. I heard that same thing from other parents in that program last year as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes. Other board members?
I just have a comment. Thank you. I was a parent who took advantage of the SAC program for
Mhm.
both my kids during teacher work weeks and
Mhm.
and summer and all of that, and they thrived from it. My youngest also enjoyed second grade swim and learned how to swim that way, and it was amazing. And I am a full supporter of the Bright Beginnings. I love that time of
Absolutely,
year when Ms.
yes.
Twiner calls me and says, "It is time. Are you ready?" I'm like, "Yes."
And she
I'm
will call you.
there."
Yes, she will.
So I just want to thank you for a great presentation, and
Thank you.
you and your staff for everything that you do for our students.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Other board members?
Yes. First of all, I stopped by there on the way to the board meeting today and worked out, so that was awesome. But on a personal note, and I've talked about my daughter a lot, going through Caroline County schools and everything. She's got a swim meet on Saturday, and we knew how to swim before the second grade program and everything, but she fell in love with the sport of swim because of the summer program at the YMCA, because of the orcas. and that's just been an absolute blessing to her and my family. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you so
She's entering
much.
her senior year of college right now and is now thinking about coaching, and it's just opened up so many doors because of that one opportunity to do something with kids over the summer. So I just want to say thank you guys for everything that you do. I see firsthand the benefits of that second grade Learn to Swim program. That is wonderful. So just thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much.
You know, I think the key word in the presentation, and there were many, is partnership.
Yes, sir.
As long as the YMCA has been around, will continue to be around, it is my hope and my endeavor to ensure that that partnership remains as strong as obviously we've heard everyone testify. So thank you for your efforts, thank you for your support, and we look forward to continuing to working with you.
Thank you so much for your time.
I would be remiss if I did not point out some additional partnership opportunities
Please
that
do.
have been embraced. And those are, and I'm certain I will not get all of them, but in the past we've had our wrestling team practice out of the gymnasium. Our swim team was really birthed because we had an opportunity to get our students over to the YMCA. The YMCA has been an active participant in the Caroline County Senior Citizen Gala since I've been associated with it. Sharika Twenner has been one of the many arms that has helped us lift that work. And then additionally, you have welcomed our Lotus Academy students into the YMCA environment as part of their incentive program. And these students getting exposure to wellness in the lens of the YMCA is a real benefit. So those are just some of the extra things that weren't even discussed tonight. Along with those, I want to send a call to action. So this goes to some of our staff members and to the Y. Okay. Here are some things that Sarah Calveric's brain thought of while you were presenting. Okay. Y'all need to advertise your SAC program through our CCPS Express. It goes out every single month. I don't think we have advertised it once. So if you want to widen and get to 50 as your capacity, use Kim Young for advertisement. We are starting, we're in the early stages, and the board isn't even cognizant of this at this point, but we've been looking at our reading scores. And we realize that our teachers are doing a heavy lift from whether it's 8 to 4 or 7 to 3, and we need our community to help us stabilize reading and literacy. So we are going to be doing a massive Caroline-wide literacy campaign starting in January through December. It'll be a year long. And so I invite the Y to think about how you are doing your SAC program after school and think about how can that literacy campaign, once it rolls out live, find a home in what you're doing in the morning and the afternoon, to be continued. We also probably need to speak to you about doing some attendance recovery efforts during the after and before school care to see if we can get some of those tutoring recovery hours done with your staff. So I'm winking, nodding at Mr. Wick and Miss Haley and Mr. Mudd to circle back around, because that could be a double dip for all of us. And then when our academies spoke about high quality work-based learning experiences, goodness, we need to get our Teacher for Tomorrow's students over for either a paid or an unpaid internship, either before school starts or after school ends, to help, and we can work with that transportation. So lots of goodness that came out of that presentation that were kind of being birthed in my head. So thank you.
No problem at all. And if I just may, just the last nugget, we we're currently hiring, but one of the things that is really great that I enjoy out of working at the YMCA is seeing all of the young people ask for a job. And while it can be a learning curve for some of them, it is exciting to see and be involved in their lives too, because we hear about not just their personal lives, but we also hear about where they're going to school and what are they doing after high school. And so some of them start out with us and they stay for a long time. And so, that component is awesome too. CCPS provides transportation to the Y already, and so enhancing that would be awesome. So, but again, thank you all for your time.
And again, thank you for being here. We really appreciate what you do. You know, I've been around a while, and my mind went back to when the Y came to Caroline. And I see Mr. Seeley sitting there. We were serving on the Board of Supervisors at the time. And you know, it wasn't readily accepted as anything in a new community. But we were able to convince the board, the citizens, that this was a good thing. And just think what we would have lost had we not done that.
Right.
So again, I would say thank you so much for what you're doing. And I'm not on the Board of Supervisors anymore, but Mr. Seeley still is. Oh, and I didn't see Mr. Underwood. I didn't see you back there. You would have said bad words to me when this meeting was over. But again, so you know, it's an effort that's a working together effort in all of us, whether we are supervisors or school board members or whether we are community people. It's something that benefits everybody, and we're thankful for what you do. And we appreciate you being here. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
That takes us to Bully Prevention Month programming with Empower House and I believe Rappahannock Area Community Services Board.
Yes, sir. Good
Okay.
evening, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, Superintendent Dr. Calverick, and our other members of the school board. I'm Rachel Wheeler. I'm the Coordinator of Student Support Services for Caroline County Schools, and I am here to highlight two, in the spirit of partnership, two community partners that are really doing some critical work to foster a safe and supportive learning environment for our students. As you know, October is the VSBA Bully Prevention Month, and here at CCPS, we firmly believe that bullying divides, kindness unites. Our division-wide message is simple yet essential: recognize, refuse, and report bullying behavior. We have structured our Bully Prevention Month into weekly themes to provide sustained focus and momentum throughout the month of October. Week 1, we kicked off with a kickoff to kindness. Week 2 focused on student action with Stand Up and Speak Out. Week 3 was about kindness in action, and this week, week 4, we are focusing on celebrate differences, unity, and inclusion. Week 5 will conclude the month with a Carry It Forward challenge. Our schools are all actively engaging students through spirit days, lessons, and morning announcements to build a safe and supportive school community where kindness is leading the way. Two key pillars of this comprehensive prevention strategy is our partnership with the Rappahannock Area Community Service Board and, new this year, Empower House. We have been collaborating with Jennifer Bateman, the prevention specialist, to implement the Second Step Bully Prevention curriculum for grades 3 through 5, and Jacqueline Oliveira, the services director from Empower House, to present to 8th grade students on healthy relationships. Ms. Bateman is now going to talk to you about the Second Step Bully Prevention program.
Good evening to the board. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Jennifer Bateman. I am primarily a school-based prevention specialist with the Rappahannock Area Community Services Board, and it has been my great honor to work with your 3rd through 5th graders at Madison Elementary, Bowling Green Elementary, and Lewis and Clark Elementary. So the Second Step Bully Prevention curriculum is a comprehensive curriculum that provides all of the components necessary for students and staff to prevent bullying. The goal of the Bullying Prevention Unit lessons is to develop student skills for recognizing, reporting, and refusing bullying to foster a climate of safety and respect for all. This is a story-based lessons. We use mixed media to engage student and teach skills. These lessons are typically 20 to 30 minutes long, and there are 4 lessons that are delivered to each class. The cost of this program is absolutely free. My time is free, the lessons are free, and the curriculum is free. Well, not to you guys, not to us. Student tips and tools. This is what your students will walk away with. They will know how to recognize bullying when it's happening. This is because they now understand the definition of bullying, what it is and what it's not. They know how to report to a caring adult. They can identify who those trusted adults are, who those trusted adults are not. They refuse to let bullying happening to themselves or others. That means that they know how to stand up for themselves, to stand up for their peers, but they also know how to stop and think, is this a situation that I can stand up? Is this a situation that I can help? Or do I need to find a trusted adult? Be a bystander who stands up and is a part of the solution of bullying. We really do emphasize the need for positive bystanders, and that as a bystander, you are a very powerful individual. What we have accomplished so far, the Rappahannock Area Community Services Board has partnered with the Caroline County Public Schools for the last 3 years. I have taught 5,216 students, grades kindergarten through 5th grade. Some are now in the 8th grade. They have completed the Second Step Bully Prevention Program. There was 1 year I did K through 5th grade. Yes, but we found 3rd through 5th grade were very, very receptive. 108 classrooms and teachers have worked with school counselors and RACSB Prevention Services to make the Second Step Bully Prevention Program a part of their busy schedules. We do acknowledge that. So from here on, RACSB Prevention Services, we are scheduled to facilitate the Second Step Bully Prevention Program with Madison Elementary School. So what has happened, actually, shout out to Miss Fuse at Bowling Green Elementary. She came up with a fantastic idea. She thought outside of the box. And instead of 4 20-minute programs, she had me come in for 2 40-minute slots. And so I did 2 lessons, and I only came in and impacted those classrooms for 2 times at 40 minutes apiece, which the teachers really did appreciate. It was comprehensive. The kids really did. I felt like they grasped the concepts better. There was less breakup of learning. And it allowed for better discussion. We didn't have to hurry through. It was very organic. It wasn't very mechanical. And I got to know the students more, which was great for me. So Madison Elementary, they adopted the same scheduling, which was great because, I can make sure that I get everybody in. And so I started last week with lessons 1 and 2, and this week on Wednesday it's lessons 3 and 4. And then Lewis and Clark is going to stick with the 20-minute schedules. And so Lewis and Clark is scheduled to begin on November 12th, and they will end somewhere around the middle of December. And so we will continue to collaborate with Caroline County Public Schools on ways to improve and expand the delivery of the Second Step Bully Prevention Program. I would not be able to do the work that I do without the support and dedication from the wonderful school counselors that you guys have. And they have been the classroom go-betweens and schedule makers, the sounding boards, and the problem solvers. So thank you so much to Rachel Wheeler, Alicia Fuse, Melissa Horton, Elisa Lech, Danielle Ryan, Aquila Virana, and Andrea Williamson. And so much of my thank you and gratitude goes to the teachers. They are the rock stars. I don't know how they do it every day in and out. They work so hard each and every day to make their classrooms a safe space. These children really do consider them their trusted adult. And that is such a wonderful thing to see when there are not many trusted adults that can be identified in a child's life. And thank you for letting me take up your time and space. Thank you for letting me take up their time and space during their long and very busy day. And so I do appreciate them offering me time in their classrooms. So, yes. Any questions?
Thank you very much. We may have some. One question I have, what do you see as your biggest challenge in what you're doing and what you're trying to accomplish?
My biggest challenge would be, so this program that we purchased, that the prevention services purchased, I convinced my boss to buy it because my son was being bullied. And my intentions was to take it to his school and create an environment of safety. And I had all these great plans of, taking it to our school board. So I'm in King George County, taking it to our school board and creating a county or a whole environment of safety. And that is the trick. It's enveloping it's a whole holistic system. It's not just the students that need the bully prevention. It's the teachers, and it's the admin, it is the counselors, it's the parents. Everybody needs to be on the same vocabulary. Everybody needs to be able to see what a bully is, what a bully is not, how to recognize these signs and symptoms, and know that it's not just a catchphrase. Bullying is not just a catchphrase. Bullying is something that will keep your student home. Bullying is something that will stop a child from wanting to succeed. You will see behaviors acceptable and non-acceptable from your students. So yeah, that's one of the biggest challenges, is just buy-in.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Other board members? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Okay.
Okay.
I didn't mean to cut off you.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
okay. All
sorry.
right. The next part of the presentation.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me here. My name is Jacqueline Oliveira, and I'm the Services Director with Empower House. Empower House is your local domestic violence agency, and we provide free and confidential services to the PD16 area. Today I came here from invitation from Ms. Rachel Wheeler. Thank you so much for having me here. I want to focus a little bit on our youth program. Through partnership in our local schools, Empower House has provided educational classroom presentations, multiple week group educational engagements, and training for parents, teachers, staff members, and local law enforcement, helping children, youth, and adults recognize not only the signs of abuse, but communicating messages such as they are not alone, no one deserves to be abused, and that help is here. This year, Empower House is going on their third year of being awarded a prevention grant program. We have started this partnership with Spotsylvania schools, but we have been providing presentations in the entire PD16, with elementary also focusing on bullying, middle school healthy friendships, and high schools healthy relationships. Last year, we provided presentations to over 3,753 students. The year before that, last year, we provided 3,900 to 3,900 students, and the upcoming year, we're hoping to surpass that. As part of the Empower House strategic plan, increased resources and efforts are focused on bringing more awareness, education, and outreach to teens and younger audiences. Empower House seeks to create a culture of change where larger numbers of youth can recognize and replicate characteristics of healthy relationships and bring our communities closer to minimizing incidents of intimate partner violence and family violence. I want to again thank Ms. Rachel Wheeler for attending our SRO presentation. We were invited to provide the high school presentation to the SROs, and this was part of our goal with all counties. And this year was the first year that Caroline County accepted our invitation to present, and Ms. Rachel Wheeler attended as well, and she has been trying to push our presentations moving forward to bring these presentations to your schools. So thank you. Do you all have any questions for me?
Okay, board members have questions? Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your time, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you, and I'll just close that I really want to express sincere gratitude to these lovely individuals for this partnership. They very much have specialized expertise for this critical high-impact program that is benefiting our students. And a shameless plug, Wednesday is Unity Day. Do not forget to wear orange. Go Syracuse. But we want everyone to wear orange, not for that, but for Unity, to show solidarity, that we are united in kindness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That takes us to facilities update. Mr. Cardwell.
Good evening, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, members of the board, and Dr. Kilberick. This evening I'm here with Mr. Leon Hughes, the Director of Planning and Development, to give you a crucial update on facilities and growth in the county. Our agenda covers facility planning, county growth update from Mr. Hughes, an update on Lewis and Clark Elementary School the CMS, CHS, HCHS, HVAC program project, and CIP updates along with a solar update. Our planning is fundamentally data-driven. We use this data to proactively manage student enrollment growth and ensure every building meets state-mandated capacity and quality of standards. This is how we ensure the responsible fiscal management of our infrastructure. As a high-level overview of our demographic study, the modern growth projections for a 10-year period of 2024-25 to 2033-34 school years shows an increase of 83 students at Bowling Green Elementary School, 96 students at Lewis and Clark, and 107 at Madison. To continue, our facility study showed a moderate projection showing 197 student increase and 300 at Caroline Middle School and 334 student increase at Caroline High School over the same 10 years. This slide represents data introduced as part of the master plan presented by RRMM showing the current enrollment for as of 23-24 school year in which schools were over capacity during that year. The year which capacity is reached at each of the schools is noted as well as how many additional classrooms would be needed for moderate growth projections in the 33-34 school year. Mr. Leon Hughes, Director of Planning and Development at Caroline County, will provide a quick update on county growth.
Who's controlling the slides? Great. So what you have on your screen here is a quick snapshot of the last 3 years of the building permits that have occurred in the county. And on the screen, it represents the districts and where the majority of the building permits have been issued. So over the last 3 years, there have been a total of 998 permits issued. And you can see the greatest concentration of those permits are along the Route 195 corridor. So I just wanted to point that out. The 2024, you can go back to one slide. The 2024 estimates from Weldon Cooper, indicated that between 20 and 24, that our population grew by 9.3%. But that only represents about 2,000 students, 2,000 residents into the county during that time period. I think one thing that's interesting to note about Caroline County is that our persons per household essentially has not changed through 2 census cycles, so about 2.6 persons per household. So you can go to the next slide. So this is a map that kind of gives you an indication of where the concentration of residents are and the subdivisions there. You can see along the corridor and out in Bowling Green, we've identified the subdivisions in the county where the majority of our population currently is. Caroline is not alone in growing. The George Washington Regional PDC grew by 6.5% in that same 20 to 24 time period. I think what's interesting to note about the building permits is the number of certificate of occupancy permits that are issued. And during that same period, in 22, there were 269. In 23, there were 275. Excuse me. And in 24, there were 299 certificates of occupancies issued. So that's a real measure of people actually moving in. So you may get permits issued in 1 year, and then they may not actually occupy those residences until the following year. So that's why you have a difference in numbers there. So that's kind of a brief synopsis in my 2 slides for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Focusing on Lewis and Clark, the primary challenge is immediate space scarcity. Our current enrollment and programmatic growth is putting significant pressure on class sizes and the availability of specialized instruction areas. Going over the 5 areas of focus at Lewis and Clark is guides for enrollment, Lewis and Clark enrollment, space utilization, planning, and community and faculty or facility expansion. The Virginia Standards of Quality outline the state mandated maximum class size and students to teacher ratios that all public school divisions must adhere to. The current guidelines for elementary school enrollments are as follows. Kindergarten, a student to teacher ratio of 24:1 with no class size exceeding 29 students. If ADM exceeds 24 pupils, then an aide is assigned to the classroom. Grades 1 through 3, a student to teacher ratio of 24.1 with no classes exceeding 30 students. Grades 4 through 5, a student to teacher ratio of 25:1 with no class exceeding 35 students. These guidelines ensure that all students receive the necessary attention and our resources for academic success, and that class sizes remain manageable for our educators. The following guidelines apply to schools that participate in the state class size reduction program for kindergarten through 3rd grade. School-wide ratios, the school must maintain a student to teacher ratio of 19:1. School-wide ratio includes resource teachers. Individual class size, the largest an individual class is permitted to be is 24:1. However, VDOE provides the maximum individual class size at a particular school on a biennium basis and can range from a maximum of 19 to 24. Enrollment numbers noted on this slide are from last Friday, October 17th, 2025. While VDO posts school-wide ratios, which include a number of licensed educators in a building, class size reduction on this slide reflects solely classroom teachers to student ratios. Please note that these ratios also reflect true enrollment. However, for class size reduction calculation, a division is permitted to remove students with disabilities that spend more than 50% of their day outside of their assigned homeroom classes. As such, once this is accounted for, Lewis and Clark kindergarten student to teacher ratio falls below the 24:1, keeping Lewis and Clark compliant. The numbers here, 48 general classrooms, 12 specialized classrooms, and 8 encore, show how essential the planned modulars are. They're not simply overflow, they are needed to free up space for the SOQ mandated functions, like resources, counseling, and pull-out instruction. Our school capacity worksheets show 56 classroom spaces. These are actually pre-K through 5 classroom spaces when you do the capacity worksheets. This was done during our facility condition assessment. In reviewing plans, we have 62 spaces that were designated as classrooms in Lewis and Clark. When we look at the total of spaces being used above, which is 68, currently exceeds the 62 classroom spaces that were available. Some of the current spaces being used to make up the deficiency were designated as offices and teacher workrooms. Our plannings for the needs of modulars involve reviewing 7 critical factors: determining the need, the size, what grade will be in these classrooms, location, duration of, and time and funding. This includes ensuring the designs meet all building codes, and that funding is secured, and we proactively address the Homeowners Association request for sensitivity to the architectural aesthetics. This represents the timeline that I had shared with you back a couple months ago, showing what it would take on a 10-month cycle to procure, install, and finish the modular units by June 30th, covering everything from site plan to procurement and installation. Once a decision is made how to proceed, we will update this timeline to ensure completion prior to the start of the 26-27 school year. Capital Improvement Plan is our long-range vision of facility investment covering fiscal years 27 through 31. I'll provide some highlights for our CIP request, also briefly discuss the new AEDA and indoor air quality mandates. The FY27 CIP is robust, with totals estimated cost of $83.4 million, the largest portion of this associated with building a 4th elementary school. Importantly, includes funding requests for new mandates for House Bill 2278, ADA study on accessibility, and the House Bill 2618, indoor air quality inspections. Both unfunded mandates with extensive costs. A detailed CIP presentation will occur at the November school board meeting and revisited in December to ensure timely submission to the county. This slide provides a high-level overview of the comprehensive nature of the approved accessibility law. As previously mentioned, this ADA review covers physical and programmatic accessibility, outlines the methodology that should be used, and all detailed in a report to the State House Committee by November 1st. The need for funding will be included in our CCPS legislative priorities, as well as priorities for Region 3. At this time, CCPS estimates in order to bring all CCPS facilities up to current ADA standards will exceed $2 million. Taking into account our older facilities, the civil alone on a walk completed on 10/17 will require approximately $1 million in itself. We also need to look at operation budgets needs to keep up with this regulation, which may include an ADA certified inspector. Similarly, this slide provides a high-level overview of the comprehensive nature of the approved indoor air quality law, which requires an industry-recognized uniform inspection and evaluation of the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems to be performed in every public school building at least once every 4 years. A written report with the inspection results and corrective actions must be shared at a school board meeting and posted on the school board website. The need for funding will be included in our CCPS legislative priorities, as well as Region 3 priorities. At this time, CCPS estimates the first 4 years exceeding $1 million with an estimated of $300,000 annual price tag on the operation budget for continuation of the testing, balancing, and commissioning. This does not account for any training or certifications that might be required for staff. I am pleased to report that the major HVAC project at both Caroline Middle School and Caroline High School are nearing successful completion, marking a huge step in indoor air quality improvements. At the middle school, the new air handler units are fully installed and operating. We are now in the phase of punch lists and corrections to the system, or corrections and system commissioning. A full project turnover and staff training on the new digital controls system is on track for the end of November. After completing, we will conduct the required radon testing. We are in the process of reviewing the requirements and getting a schedule for late December, early January for this testing. Similarly, the high school upgrades, including the new energy recovery ventilators, are functional. We are currently in final testing, and we anticipate the completion of the remaining punch list items and achieving final sign-off of the system turnover by the end of November. Lastly, an update on a renewable energy initiative, the campus solar upgrades under the energy performance contract. This project involves solar arrays at 1.2 megawatts for the Caroline High School, a 602 kilowatt for Caroline Middle School, and a 1 megawatt for Lewis and Clark Elementary School. The crucial next step is getting the legal agreements approved this month to safe harbor the projects. This will lock in the 30% federal and Senate investment tax credit for the contractor, ensuring maximum savings for CCPS. We project operation by late 2026, and we are currently reviewing the PPA and lease agreements. In next steps, we will be monitoring the enrollment at Lewis and Clark Elementary School, collaborating with county officials on growth. We have CIP meetings scheduled for October 29th. We'll be having a board workshop on November 10th. And we'll also have first read for the CIP that evening. On December 3rd, we will conduct a second committee meeting. And then on December 10th, we will have the second read and seek approval. We are completing an ADA study and reporting for submission on November 1st. Developing a plan for AIQ requirements. Continue to work with McClure on the HVAC for finalization of the project by 11:30. Finalize the solar contract for project start to mid to late December. Complete the first report in our IAQ to present to the school board in February. That would be on Caroline Middle School. And then we will continue to provide facility updates to the school board. I'd like to thank you for their time and attention. Entertain any questions that you might have at this time.
Do board members have questions at this time?
Yeah, I just want some clarification on the law regarding the ADA. That's not starting now, right? So we have to provide the report in November for next year.
We have to develop a report on any standard that is not met with the current standard, not when the building was built or when the building was remodeled. We have to look at what the current standard is, the current regulation for ADA, and report on any discrepancies to the current regulation. And that is by November 1st of this year.
So you got like 2 weeks.
Yes.
And it's not, and that's one of those nice unfunded mandates. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
And that's also the same with air quality, but I'm assuming the middle school will probably pass that test with flying colors.
Middle school will come to you with a report on that one. That'll be our first report out for the indoor air quality requirements, and that will be in February is when I'm expected to have that report finalized, with the finalization after the radon testing in the facility that's required as well.
All right, and will we also have access to those reports that you send to the state?
I do believe part of the law requires for a high level of transparency regarding ADA and IEQ, and if I'm correct in my recollection, we actually have to post our reports to our website. So it'll be accessible to all of our community. I do want to indicate that These two laws were not widely shared with school divisions until possibly the last 2 months, and Mr. Caldwell has been at the forefront. I actually brought these through the legislative process at our last Region 3 meeting with superintendents in Region 3, and 75% of the superintendents is my guesstimate were not cognizant of these two laws, and Mr. Caldwell received 3 calls from other divisions the very next day. So I do want to publicly give Mr. Caldwell a shout out for being on top of things. But indeed, we have to submit these to the House and the Senate by November 1st. And so
Do we also submit to them what the cost is going to be, or our estimation for the cost as well?
So I have been working with VAS as the president-elect for that organization, and they are contemplating sending out a survey to the 132 school divisions to get an estimate of what the cost would be. Apparently, when the bill specifically for ADA was being crafted, it was even more extensive than the final product. And they mentioned that they weren't going to put funds towards it because they couldn't even begin to imagine what the cost would be due to the varying degree of infrastructure in the 132 school divisions. But there has been no lifting of trying to realize that number. So VAS is going to do that, but many divisions are not yet equipped to provide that number. So I do believe that that November 1st deadline will pass. We don't even know who to send it to. There hasn't even been any messaging regarding who is the true recipient, other than it goes to the chairs of the Senate and the House. And that's built into the law. So it's very gray. But having 2 of our supervisors in the audience this evening, when we talk about opportunities for joint lobbying and legislation, these 2 are indeed things that we both need to be talking about in legislative circles, because they are unfunded. And we cannot continue to pass laws that have no finances behind. The spirit of the law is great. Everyone could agree ADA and IEQ are essential, but the implementation is falling short, and that's where our voices need to be heard.
Dr. Calveric, quick question. I mean, ADA and IAQ, are we not, I mean, this has been around for a while. Is that not part of our annual just upkeep and good stewardship of our facilities? Now, there may be some changes, yes, with rules, but are you saying that we don't keep up with ADA compliance? I've sat on this dais and I've asked you before, are we compliant with ADA compliance? And each time you have responded, yes. So that means that you have actually done the good stewardship of following and tracking what the requirements are.
Everything that I've done since I've been here in 5 years is, yes, we've been making everything that I've been working on to the ADA current standards, which the last standard came out in 2010, I believe. One thing you got to look at, when you're talking just in civil, $1 million, and everything is up to date from 2015 when, the high school was renovated. What they touched there, they've done the ADA standards. To current standards, we even see some stuff at Lewis and Clark that needs to be updated. And that's our newest facility.
But I thought House Bill 2278 was a review of, we're to conduct a review and then provide, obviously, what the shortfalls are.
Yes.
At a later time, go back for the funding issues.
As of November 1st, that needs to be submitted. And we are not fully ADA compliant. I don't believe that's ever been stated. The work that we are doing under the advisement of our RMM architecture, the air quality study, the projects that we undertake, when we have the funding to address those issues through capital improvement or construction monies, when we do those efforts, we are 100% aligning with current ADA. But there are a number of facets across the division that have not been funded and or have not risen to the prioritization level. So for example, we have a constituent right now that has asked about access to the soccer field at the middle school. We have run the numbers, and I want to say it's $50,000+ was the last estimate that I think we were told to pave a path up to that soccer field. Well, Unfortunately, that pot of money is not readily accessible to create an ADA path up to the soccer field. So there are many examples like that. For example, a few years ago, we needed to adjust some of our bleachers to ensure there was ADA compliance components there at the high school stadium. So it's constantly evolving, but the money tree is absent.
But I agree, but on 1 November, we are just to submit a review for ADA, not that we are in compliance. meaning we-
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Right, so we just need to clarify that.
Yep, it's just
So
a review.
November-
Just a review. We're going to list out our deficiencies. There has been some reports that we have seen out there from other school divisions where they're just stating at the time they were built, the time they were renovated, they were up to date on the pieces they touched or when it was built. We're going above and beyond that. We are calling out any deficiency to current standards on that as well. And that's what the bill actually asks for.
Okay, so my question is, when we make this report on November 1st, whatever that turns out to be, is there a cost involved, or will there be a cost involved in what those improvements are, and when do we have to meet those costs, since we're not getting any funding to do this?
We're supposed to develop a plan. Right now, our plan is always to put it into the CIP and plan on funding whatever I can through my operation budget, through facility monies as well. We review each project, see what we can afford and what has the biggest impact. Like Dr. Kilverick was talking about with the ADA path, design on that path is about 35 grand. And then the construction first numbers in, we're at 135. So you're talking $170,000 to pave a pathway from the parking lot here at the middle school across the creek and up to the field.
Thank you for that correction. I do also want to point out that ADA and IAQ, we are light speeds ahead of other localities, and this is not a competition. It's simply to say we are in the best position that I am aware of because we have recently done the indoor air quality studies with some of the ESSER funds, which of course outlined the need here at the middle school, which we were able to collaborate with the county to get this project done. Additionally, we've done our facility studies, and it does talk about ADA. We did not pay for the extensive ADA review when we did the facility study, but we know that is something that is available. But in the interim, we have this moderate level analysis that we can rely on. Many divisions don't have either at this point, and so people are floundering trying to find vendors in order to partner with and are talking regionally about how to approach this, and that is what Mr. Caldwell is mentioning. Some divisions have put together a one-page letter that is very basic, but doesn't appear to meet what is necessary to submit. We just haven't had any input on this at all from the General Assembly other than the law itself.
So just so that I'm clear, on 1 November, what is due is a review only of the current status of our ADA compliance in accordance with the House bill going forward. And then after that, I'm assuming a cost estimate will be a part of that review, perhaps?
Yes, I'm actually working a cost estimate with our ADA study, brief ADA portion that we had in our facility study. I've pulled those numbers. We are working with RRMM on a study right now for the ADA. It is a work as a team effort to go through these buildings. So we have that data driven as well. So when the state comes back and says, Chris, you can't make the report, you need to hire somebody. We're covering our bases on that side as well. Because of the lack of transparency in this bill and information. Even I just came back from the Virginia School Plant Managers Association conference at Virginia Tech, and both of these bills was a hot topic. Some of them, when you walked into the room, the people presenting was an environmental hygienist and a lawyer that represents school systems, just to go over the details of these bills. I have given Lisa Stevens the clerk of the board the copies of the actual bills. That way she can hand them to you.
I think at the end of the
Review.
day, we want to be ADA compliant, and we're
Yes.
going to do everything that we can do to ensure that our students have access, both physically and educationally, programmatically, excuse me, to meet that. I'm all for that, but I just don't want us to, get overwhelmed because we've got to do everything right now here, and all of a sudden it's not that yet.
Other board members?
Is that just for this, or I have some other items, if that's okay?
Okay, what do we have next? Do you have to continue? Or-
Nope,
He was
I
asking
was at the end
questions.
of the presentation.
Okay. So it's the end of this presentation.
So can I ask him a question? Is that okay? Thanks for the presentation. I know there's a lot of work that goes into trying to pull all this together. I do have an issue when we're showing two parallel trends, residential permits and school enrollment. And we're implying a causation without proving it. Now, my question is, the presentation you show 998 new permits, but provides no student yield. So out of that 988, how many students are actually coming into the school division? And we may or may not have the answer to that specifically, but we're saying that one is causing the other, and we're not proving that. And I think before we go out and start saying, the sky is falling, we need to be able to justify that or to explain that. And I think one way that we can do it is with a student yield analysis, if that's possible.
So to be clear, there was no direct causation. We simply wanted to inform the board as to what the updated status was of the county. So there was no direct linkage between his inclusion. Secondly, if you go back to our extensive demographic study, the yield is available for you, and we've reviewed it in a number of occasions. So you absolutely can go back and pull that rate from our website in the demographic study. It talks directly about the demographer, what her formula was for yield, how she was able to calculate that out to project our 10 years.
Which is why, if you go to enrollments projections, we actually show that we're coming down. If you look at what page would this be? Enrollment projections. 4. Is that 4? Okay, you show on here 8. You go from 835 to 854, and then 27 through 29 we go down to 846, and then up by 2 the following academic year, and then we skyrocket, which I'm not quite sure I understand why that is. There's a lot of fluctuation in this table that I'm looking at. And my question is, we're about to ask to make some significant expenditures on fluctuations. And I just think we need to be careful with that.
One thing I did notice, and I'd like to point out, is when you look at today's enrollment numbers that were taken last Friday, the total at Lewis and Clark Elementary School is 1018. That's pre-K through 5. When you look at our demographic study and you look at the 25-26 school year, the projection for medium growth was 1020. So we're right in line at Lewis and Clark for where those numbers were.
Other questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a comment. I think that it is imperative that we continue to re-anchor ourselves in that demographic study and the facility study. It's a lot of information. And so each time as we prepare to have this conversation, it's important that we go back to those extensive studies that we spend a lot of time and a lot of money on to make sure that we understand the different dynamics that are presented. For me personally, I was not alarmed. I know that there's some questions around the law, but we have done the work. And so we have something to pull from. So I'm thankful for that. And We just need to stay keyed in. So thank you.
Thank you.
And the only thing that I would add is when projections are made, when we look at specific numbers as far as building permits and those kinds of things, when we see those numbers, there is a projection. For every so many houses you build, there will be X number of children, there will be X number of adults. And it doesn't always come out to be exactly what the number is, but the projections are made so that you plan by the projections. And sometimes it may be a little more, a little bit less. But if you don't plan, then you wake up one day and the students are here or the houses are here or whatever, and we aren't ready for those. So I think that's why the projections are so important.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I mean, I'd strongly encourage the board, if you have any doubts, and Dr. Rollins-Fells, I agree to looking at the data that's presented, but if you want some anecdotal evidence yourself, just go drive through Pendleton and look at the number of houses that have not been moved into and the houses that are being constructed. Look at the houses where families have just moved in and go count the number of houses that have children's toys in the front yard. And these are usually kids that are 3 and 4 years old and they're not in school right now. And I'm just assuming that next year or the year after or the year after that, those kids probably will be going to school. But there are still a slew of houses that are under construction, being built, and that families are moving into. So I think it's, you go take a drive and you look at the numbers, you see how many kids are in that school right now. Within the next year or two, that school is definitely going to be over capacity.
In a conversation I had with Mr. Hughes last week is also we need to start looking at our real estate numbers that are homes being sold throughout the county that are not new construction. We do have a lot of older generation within the county and a lot of households that do not have students. And what is that new influx of, new homeownership looking like, from homes that are already built in the county? Where's that number fit in?
If I could also add one additional aspect that I think is worthy of mentioning. When we did the demographic study, this was an error on our part. We did not call the town manager for Bowling Green. We did not recognize that that was a separate scenario. And so it's our understanding, based on conversation directly with the town manager, that there is potential for 2 developments that have already gone forward to town council that were not approved because the infrastructure was not accessible. That has potentially been remedied, and within the next year we could see that come back to the town council for potential approval. Sharing that, because it has been shared directly with us, that is not something that we were cognizant of when the report was completed. So it's just a factor to keep an eye on. It's similar to some of those other developments that have been years in the making and may not have the infrastructure available, that have been talked about and continue to come back to the planning board, but may or may not gain traction either in my time or the next superintendent's time. So we want to be fully informed and be aware of all of those aspects, but obviously make decisions on concrete data while we still are keeping our eye on the overall possibilities. Not that we would build on overall possibilities, we would build on projected data, but it's important to know what conversations are transpiring in the community in case some of them do come to fruition.
Dr. Calvert, would you mind, when you receive any information regarding any potential developments for communities, would you mind including it in the Friday update for the board, just so we would have, because we already have the data that's been provided by the facility study and the demographic study. I would also like to have that to see how many homes potentially will be getting built, just for our own knowledge.
Yes, absolutely. We can put what we know regarding the Town of Bowling Green conversation in the Friday update, and I'll reach back out to the town manager to see if there is any movement and or any update on her initial conversation with me.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to
And Mr. Caldwell, thank you for pointing out the comparison between the current enrollment numbers at Lewis and Clark versus the estimated enrollment for this school year based on a demographic study. As you correctly noted, at this moment, there's only a 2-student difference between where we currently are as far as enrollment at Lewis and Clark and what the demographic study projected. I'm not sure historically what the variance typically is in the enrollment numbers between what we're looking at now and what the actual number is for the school year, but seems like that comparison is spot on. I want to ask, and thank you also for providing the 10-month timeline to complete what we need to complete with respect to Lewis and Clark. I just want to make sure that we're not in the same position we were last year regarding funding, et cetera. Do we have a sense as to what range of funding we would need in order to develop what we need to develop at Lewis and Clark by way of potential modular villas, or do we need to make decisions as to what we are looking for in order to get a range?
Well, funding's always a benefit to know, what we have available for funding to get into a range and see what we have. But we are going to have some challenges at Lewis and Clark putting in these facilities, or this facility for, temporary use. One is going to be on the sewage side, with putting bathrooms in. We have a whole lot different setup than the availability of a quick connect, to a tap in a sewer line that's right there underneath the trailer, the modular classrooms. Power is the other issue. We're going to be having to come off our main switch gear in the building to power these units instead of being able to tap a new meter with Rappahannock Electric. So we are going to have some challenges, including the location of the modular classrooms as well. So I'm still looking at, we're probably going to be right in that $1.2 million range, but I do not have any numbers in stone at this point. We do have some things going for us. I know that Stafford is still working to offload some of the modular classrooms that they have purchased throughout the years with their new high school being built and their new 2 elementary schools they're currently getting ready to be under construction if they're not already. So
we also, similar to the Bowling Green scenario, have year-end monies from FY25 while the auditors are still processing through the different paperwork and documents that they use at the county level and at the school level. We have an approximate number of around $700,000. So we would be looking to close that gap of about $500,000 if we were able to work collaboratively with the Board of Supervisors to gain access to those year-end monies, once finalized, of course, with the audit process. But that, in conversation with our Chief Operations Officer, is where she feels we are falling safely. And so hopefully that would, of course, paired with some construction monies that Mr. Caldwell has and any other gap that may be occurring, we could get some support from the supervisors if we can collectively decide this is the path we need to take.
Okay. Thank you. And my concern was based on the timeline. The review of funding sources should be completed by mid-December, and we're already at the end of October. So I wanted to see if we had a somewhat concrete goal, if you will, as far as what we need in order to do what we need to do.
That is a great question. Our goal would be to come back in November and ask the board either to approve the proceeding of the villa process so that we could begin talking about finances with our counterpart, or depending on how we present, it may require a second reading, which would occur in December. But again, we are in the process of finalizing some of that information, so more to come in November.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just make a comment to that. One of the things that I would also keep an eye on is the CIP process and making sure that we have integrity there. Because what happens often is we end up like taking the year-end funds or reallocating those funds, which means that current projects that we have planned for are then pushed back another year, which is why we began to track those requests from the time it was first made. So I sit on that committee, so I'm just telling you up front what I'm gonna look for. What are those things that have now been on that plan for 2 and 3 and 4 and 5+ years? We still need to maintain the integrity of what do we need to do for safety? What do we need to do to be compliant? And then what are those things that our teachers and our staff and the people that are in the buildings or our experts such as you and the other directors are telling us that we need? So my last comment is, Mr. Fortune, you asked us a few meetings ago about that 10-year CIP program. And I'm going to ask Mr. Chairman if we can revisit that at a later meeting, because one of the strong points of this board is that we look forward and we plan so that we can ask the right questions and get the right information. And I'm very hesitant for Band-Aid type projects that do not have an outcome that serve this community in the long run, because it's a lot of money and we're making decisions that will outlive all of us. So if you could just make note of those comments and we can revisit later. Thank you.
We can certainly do that.
I think along the lines of what Dr. Rollins-Fells was saying, Chair Taylor, I think it's important also to remember that the facility studies clearly outline deferred maintenance for all of our primary K-12 buildings as well as our auxiliary buildings, and we have not been able to do any of the work associated with that. So we're already 2 years behind on deferred maintenance because we didn't do any of year 1, and now we're in year 2 and we haven't done any. So that is why the amount that you see in CIP, which includes all that deferred maintenance project, is $80+ million. That, and of course, including the new elementary school. So it's a significant charge.
Other board members? I guess in closing, I would say, I think that's why it's so very important that we sat down with our board of supervisors and have this conversation like we're having right now, so that we understand, they understand what our request is, and we understand what their abilities are. And we can hopefully come to some type of an agreement. But the thing of it is, we have to fix these things. They're not things that are going away. We just have to find a way to do that. And boards working together is the only way that I know that that's going to happen. So, having said that, unless you have something else, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I know you're waiting for that, but okay, that takes us to our next agenda item, the school-wide overview.
Yes, good evening, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, members of the board, and Dr. Calveric. This evening, we're sharing with you an overview of the 2025-2026 school-wide plans. These plans have been designed in response to a myriad of data points principals and school teams have reviewed over the last 5 months and in anticipation of accreditation reports that will be released by the Virginia Department of Education this fall. Ms. Haley and Dr. Neighbors will share with you the general focus areas from the school-wide plans that have been established at each school for the 25-26 school year. I'll turn it over at this time to Ms. Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Mudd. The academic performance of our elementary schools remains a high priority. The 2024-25 Standards of Learning data provide clear benchmarks of our students' proficiency across core content areas, and we recognize that the path to true distinction requires intensified focus. Within each school's school-wide plan, we are collectively aiming for continuous improvement and reaching for greater heights. You will see in the yellow the pass rates from the previous year per each content, which now serves as a baseline data. Highlighted in green is each school's projected goal for the current school year. Our goal is to reach and exceed proficiency of 75% in reading at each of our schools, with BGES moving from 53% to 75%, LCES in reading 71% to 77%, and Madison Elementary 68% to 75%. We remain laser focused on our math goals at Bowling Green Elementary, and with the new high quality instructional materials, we are setting our heights on an achievable goal of 70%. At Lewis and Clark, we met the math proficiency and are projecting an 81% pass rate overall. While at Madison, we missed it by 1% in math, and this year we are aiming for 75% proficiency. In the area of science, we are working diligently with our science instructional specialists to strengthen our 5E delivery and to provide hands-on learning experiences that will aid in moving the proficiency at Bowling Green and Madison to 70%. Our current strategic effort is focused on the comprehensive instructional shifts necessary across the district. Specifically, we are targeting measurable gains across all content areas with an immediate focus on increasing proficiency above the current established baselines. Now, these realities from our elementary data necessitates a proactive, evidence-based, systematic response aimed at securing deep learning and accelerating student growth across all of our schools. Our core strategy centers on dramatically strengthening our Tier 1 instruction, ensuring its effectiveness is maximized to serve our student population. And this means knowing each of our students behind the data within the gap groups and tailoring instruction and supports accordingly. For literacy, we commit to the Virginia Literacy Act, using the high-quality instruction materials of Benchmark Advance within the uninterrupted core instructional blocks. Recognizing those critical needs to close the gaps in phonological and phonemic awareness areas, we have launched explicit evidence-based professional learning in the University of Florida Literacy Institute, otherwise known as UFLI. This is a systematic program that teaches the foundational skills necessary for meeting the identified deficiencies. In the area of math, the implementation of the new KITM curriculum ensures fidelity to the standards, prioritizing conceptual understanding and procedural fluency. Our comprehensive district-vetted CCPS curriculum guides integrate high-leverage resources, including number sense routines and the VDOE instructional plans to ensure that rigorous and effective delivery of the Virginia math standards. In the area of science, we reinforce high-leverage practices by implementing the 5E instructional model that I mentioned earlier, which simply means engaging our students with engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate. Those are the 5 E's to drive inquiry, naturally integrating small group instruction during the explore and the elaborate phases. This systematic refinement occurs through collaborative professional learning communities, and this is where our instructional specialists are working with all content to unpack the standards and to commit to a focused use of the instructional framework, our CCPS instructional framework. This data-driven approach is sustained by frequent progress monitoring and dedicated intervention acceleration blocks, which oftentimes we call IA, with additional support via after-school, before-school tutoring to achieve those measurable growth for all of our students. In the area of chronic absenteeism, you'll see at the top of each of the schools beside the school name. We know that a student must be present to learn, and while we know that some circumstances, such as illness, requires an absence from school, we are proud to report meaningful progress in addressing chronic absenteeism. Last year, Bowling Green concluded the year at 17% of their students being chronically absent, while Lewis and Clark and Madison were both at 15% below the state average. This year, each of our schools is aiming for reasonable decreases in the area of chronic absenteeism. We believe that this positive trend is a testament to the dedication of our school staff as well as our families. The administrative teams will continue to build upon successes, and through the use of robust data-driven efforts and tiered interventions at the school level, which will include, of course, targeted family engagement and personalized outreach by our attendance teams, our strategic plans for this year aims to further reduce the percentages, ensuring more consistent student engagement and accelerating learning recovery. Now I'll invite Dr. Neighbors forward to review our secondary school-wide plans and focus areas.
Good evening. For Caroline Middle School, our focus this year is on significant academic growth across all content areas, working to increase our ELA proficiency from 63 to 75, math from 49 to 70, and science from 57 to 70. In addition, we're targeting a reduction in chronic absenteeism from that wonderful 14.8, we're still going to go strong, to 12%. At Caroline High School, our goals reflect both academic achievement and engagement outcomes. We aim to increase ELA proficiency from 76.66 to 80%, math from 58.25 to 70, and science from 71.43 to 75. We're also focusing on improving our history-based performance assessment, our locally awarded verified credit, from 50.68% to 65%. Beyond academics, our goal is to reduce chronic absenteeism from 18.2 to 15.5 and raise our graduation rate to 94% with a lower dropout rate of 5%. Lotus Academy, our goals center around student growth and connection. So we expect at least 95% of all students will successfully achieve their individual transition plan goals, and 95% of our students will feel connected to our staff members as measured by our entrance and exit surveys. All three schools are using instructional approaches that are anchored in consistent set of division-wide strategies. These include unpacking the standards to clarify learning expectations, led by our instructional specialists and modeled, using high-quality instructional materials embedded in our CCPS instructional framework to guide core instruction, and particularly our new math HQIM at the secondary level, which is math-based. We're also strengthening professional learning communities to ensure teachers are analyzing, planning collaboratively. Classroom practices are emphasizing student discourse to build engagement, the use of feedback as part of formative assessment, and small group instruction to target differentiation. Professional learning in all three of these areas began during Teacher Work Week and have been embedded in department meetings and PLCs. Finally, we're enhancing progress monitoring and targeted remediation. We have a new secondary assessment calendar that highlights our common assessments to ensure that every student are getting the supports they need to meet or exceed growth expectations. Together, these strategies align our efforts from classroom instruction to student outcomes and position us to continue that academic improvement we have seen across our secondary schools this year, and we will continue to fly. This concludes our high-level overview of the CCPS school-wide plans. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Board members have questions regarding the plan? Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. The brief is thorough as to be expected. I appreciate what we went through upstairs in the work group with breaking down each of the facility commanders or facility principals and whatnot. That was insightful and helpful. So I thank you for that. Where I have a little challenge with this presentation is that you're showing composite scores. and it doesn't show any disaggregated data. And when we look at students with disabilities, we look at students of color, we will see that the numbers there, as we have kind of previously discussed, is way short of these numbers that you're showing as a collective. And the fear is it gives folks the belief that all is well. And what we need is folks to prioritize, not only on the dais, not only in the schoolhouse, but also at the homes. Because the shortfalls that we are seeing in achievement gaps is alarming. Let me say that again, alarming. I've shared data with my colleagues on what we see in higher education when students go to take SAT scores and how that can track all the way back down to what they were learning in high school, middle school, and elementary school. So when we have reports like this, what's helpful for me, and I think what's helpful for a lot of folks who mean us well, is to show that disaggregated data. Because we need to make sure everyone understands that you used two phrases. One was intensified focus. I agree 100%. But then on your sheet, focus on growth for all. All. Now, I'm not saying we're doing evil and nefarious activities, but we have to look at those who are struggling, and the data is showing it. And I'm wondering if we are hearing it. And if we are hearing it, what are we doing about it? So as we're going forward, please provide that data as well.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hubbard. I do want to comment, the purpose of this particular presentation was to give the general and high-level overview. And as you are aware, our new performance framework doesn't lend itself, as previous accreditation models did, to the reporting of that data. Does not mean that we can't report that data. We have been marching to kind of align with that, that model. In previous presentations, you have made that request of us, and in preparing for the quarterly data updates, that's something that Ms. Hausler and I have been speaking about, how we can, in providing those quarterly updates to you, also include that disaggregated data. I don't want you to think that that conversation is not happening. It indeed is. And I'm sure Dr. Neighbors and Ms. Haley could speak to that. It wasn't necessarily reflected in this particular presentation. And upstairs in the work session, you may have heard a little bit more on that piece, which was our intention for that to be more specific, but certainly noted, and we will continue to address that in future presentations.
I would anticipate, Dr. Hubbard, that in November you will have a rather lengthy presentation for Mr. Mudd and the instructional team. We are still awaiting data from the Virginia Department of Education. We do not have summary reports, nor do we have any federal accountability information. And federal accountability is where our subgroups are noted. And so once we receive that, we will be very forthcoming and transparent, and that is why the school-wide plan is a living document. We know where we stand from our data sets, but when we get the federal accountability data back, what we will do is that crosswalk comparison to ensure we've captured everything accurately within the school-wide plan. And if not, that plan will be tweaked. Just like a strategic plan, it's a living, breathing document that'll be modified. But I do agree with you. We absolutely, with all of those strategies down the right-hand side, we are keenly aware that we have an issue with our English language learner students, that we, in terms of their performance on standardized testing, that we do have a gap between our African American students and our Caucasian students. So I would anticipate seeing some of those strategies to address those subgroups in future presentations as well.
In addition to that, I certainly agree with everything that's been said. I just don't want us to put out, I don't want us to send the message that we aren't doing a good job, because we are doing a good job. Now, we don't have increases across the board as far as achievement is concerned. But nobody does. The country does not. The state does not. Now, that does not mean that we are not going to do everything possible to address every group of students that we have. But if I were a teacher, I would say all of my students are getting the same benefit of my instruction. Now, that doesn't mean that some people need a little more and some people need a little less. I understand the variation. But every kid in Caroline County rides the same bus. They go to the same classrooms. They learn out of the same instructional material. They get the same benefit of every instructional material that every other student gets. Now again, that does not mean that everybody needs everything on the same level or the same plan. We do have to adjust our instruction to meet the need of every child, and that's our goal. But we just don't want to make it seem like that the people who are doing well are not important. We don't have to talk about those people. And I'm not, and Dr. Hubbard, I'm not addressing this to you, and it may sound like it, but I'm not. But what I'm saying is that we want to make sure that we send the picture the way the picture should be presented. Now, again, we do need to show what we're doing to try to address achievement at every level. We need to show that. But if there are issues that are causing that we don't control, we don't want to be blamed for that either. And so it's a tough scenario. I did it for 33 years, I know. It's a tough scenario. But we have to do everything that we can to address the need of every kid that we have. But at the same time, we want to make it known that we are doing a good job. And if we don't push that as much as we push the negative will stick, but the positive will not. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one question?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. This may be an unfair question, but I think I need to ask it. From a parent's perspective, how would you answer a parent who's skeptical that there can be a 10, 15, 20% increase in certain areas, whether it's on the elementary or secondary level, that's illustrated in your presentation? Just as an example, the goal at Caroline Middle School is to increase math from 49% to 70% in 1 year. How can you allay potential skepticism that 10, 15, 20, 25% increases in achievement can be attained in 1 year?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Fortune. I think indeed a fair question when you see jumps like that. First, I will say we always want to set our goals high and set our sights high and expect the best and the most from our students. I would say in response to your question, a parent who might question that this year after this presentation tonight, one very specific strategy that we put in place that is work that has been shown to be proven when implemented well to increase gains, increase performance in making big gains. And that is work that we've been doing this fall with response to intervention. So response to intervention, we have engaged with in professional learning since August in how we best put a laser on the areas where we need to put a laser, and then design our tiered systems of supports in a way that will address gaps and the increases that we need. In designing that, we have really kind of gone from soup to nuts in creating it's not only about the intervention, but the way we schedule during our day and how we create solid tier 1 or core instruction, and then how we best fit interventions into the school day and by whom. So for example, one may infer that if a student is not meeting expectations in reading, that student must be seen by the reading specialist. And we have more students than we have reading specialists, for example, but that doesn't mean we can't still really chip away at that gap. So by better designing the way we intervene and for whom our reading specialists, in that example, serve, that tackles one part of the gap closing. The other is in how we best utilize, 1, our core instruction time, and 2, our intervention time. I believe Ms. Haley mentioned the IA block. You may have mentioned CAV block, I can't remember, in the high school presentation. But that very specific work using the research-based practices that we've been learning and working as of late to organize the best approach, that is an example of a very specific action that we as a division are taking that has proven in other jurisdictions when we're able to really implement that model to significantly close gaps. And I won't say that I hope that is what we wish, because I say that hope is not a strategy, right? So we are moving forward with that, and we do intend to close gaps as a result of the work that we've done. There were initially about 30 of us, and you may have read in some of your updates about that work, initially 30 of us, and then there was another group of 10. And then we've recently presented to reading specialists and are working to operationalize the work. Yep.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mudd, for giving that context around, how we're going to meet those goals. I appreciate it.
And hope is not a war-fighting function either.
That's right. Yes. Yes. We don't operate on hope, Dr. Hobart, right?
That's exactly right. And if I can personally do anything to assist in resolving this issue, other than be quiet, which is what my colleagues up here on the dais may say, I would say, I'm volunteering. You let me know where and when, and I will be more than happy to assist.
Thank you, Dr. Hubbard. We appreciate all your questions tonight.
Okay, that takes us to the cut scores update.
Good evening again, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, and members of the board. How appropriate to follow up some of our data-driven conversations this evening by providing you eagerly with an update this evening regarding the newly adopted Standards of Learning Proficiency Cut Scores. On September 25th, the Virginia Board of Education voted unanimously to adopt new reading and math cut scores for Standards of Learning tests. The timeline associated with this process is as follows. Between April and May of 2025, a committee of 230 members was developed. The VDOE noted that 73% of the committee was composed of teachers and leaders. Of important note, unlike all previous SOL-related committees, this application process did not require director or superintendent approval in the VDOE database SSWS. As such, not one superintendent within Region 3 is aware of any school-based representative.
In June, a series of standard-setting trainings were completed and the application of the item descriptor match methodology was applied to test items to determine cut scores. Consensus was then developed among the committee members regarding the ID matching recommendations, and these committees' recommendations were then presented during the August Virginia Board of Education workshop and board meeting. To help explain the significant cut score increase to educators and stakeholders across the Commonwealth, the VDOE referenced the rollout of more rigorous math and English SOLs in 23-24. And in 24-25, the VDOE stated the SOL test items were then fully aligned with the more rigorous standards, increasing emphasis on higher order thinking and integration of multiple skills. Finally, this past summer of 2025, the VDOE indicated that the establishment of new cut scores completed the standard setting process, ultimately increasing proficiency expectations to better align with NAEP, the national assessment. So before we dive in, let's reorient ourselves to the current cut score model. A cut score is the minimum score a student must achieve to reach a passing performance level on a test. Currently, the SOL scale runs from 0 to 600, with 400 to 499 as pass proficient, 500 to 600 as advanced proficient. It's important to note that all content area SOL assessments use this common scale, which creates heightened data literacy for educators, students, and parents. The proficiency cut scores that were adopted by the Virginia Board of Education on August 25th steer away from the current 400 pass proficient and 500 pass advanced model. As noted in the red circle, not only have pass proficient scores increased significantly with a range of 30 to 79 point increase, but each grade and content area has a different proficiency cut score. This stacked bar graph documents the 2025 SOL reading scores modeled on the newly adopted SOL proficiency scores. As you can see, across the Commonwealth, almost 60% of Virginia's 3rd through 8th and 11th graders will not meet the pass proficient benchmark. What does this mean for Caroline? This chart, while not apples to apples from the previous bar graph, is a modeled example provided last week by the Virginia Department of Education. The provided modeling inserts a category called approaching. Scores in this range fall below the pass rate that was just adopted, but would be a pass for the school and the student if a phased-in approach is adopted on Thursday by the Virginia Board of Education. This chart specifically shows our current mastery rate for 24-25 in yellow and what year one of a potential 4-year rollout would look like for CCPS. You are able to see the approaching, proficient, and advanced percentages that yield the total pass percentages in red and the percent decrease in year one of a 4-year phased-in approach. This is what a 4-year phased approach may look like, with 25-26 being year one and the approaching category phasing out in 28-29. As noted above, this possible transition plan adopts this current school year as year one of this potential 4-year plan. Looking at math across the state, this stacked bar graph documents the 2025 SOL math scores from this past school year modeled onto the newly adopted SOL math proficiency scores. As you can see, almost 50% or more of Virginia's math students, except for Algebra 2, will not meet the pass proficient benchmark. What does this mean for Caroline? Like the reading example, this chart, while again not apples to apples, is a modeled example from the Virginia Department of Ed. You see scores showing our current mastery pass rate from 24-25 in yellow and what year one of a potential 4-year rollout would look like for CCPS. When you add up the approaching, proficient, and advanced percentages, it yields the total pass percentages in red And ultimately, the far right column shows the percent decrease in year one of a potential 4-year phased approach. This is what a 4-year phased approach may look like, with 25-26 being year one of a 4-year rollout, and the approach, of a 5-year rollout, and the approaching category phasing out in 28-29. So after the cut scores were adopted, the Virginia Department of Education asked for the Virginia Department of Education to return in October with an implementation and support plan. The following 6 items were noted of importance. Implement a multi-year phased approach of no less than 4 years. Add a temporary new indicator approaching to recognize student progress towards proficiency during multi-year implementation. Revise score reports for parents. Provide targeted professional learning resources and guidance to support educators and families. 2026 graduates who take an end-of-course math or end-of-course reading SOL will use the current proficiency cut scores of 400, which ultimately would mean that this current senior class would be grandfathered in under the current model. And finally, credit accommodations, locally awarded verified credits, and board-approved substitute tests would remain in place for students to have alternative methods to earn verified credits. Here are our CCPS desired outcomes in relation to cut scores and assessment. 25-26 school year must be year 0. We cannot begin implementation with a new proficiency cut score when a quarter of the year has already passed. Begin a 5-year rollout with year 26-27 being year 1. Maintain current cut scores for all current high school students until graduation. You can see Virginia code that is listed. That requires for graduation that the requirements cannot be changed during a student cohort's 4 years. The requirements in place when a student enters 9th grade must be honored through graduation. That is in code, and that is something that we hope will be lifted as the Board of Education reviews the requirements for high school. Develop a growth model for 25-26 that reflects growth eligibility after 2 Virginia SOL tests. It's currently 3. Let me explain that. VVOS, which was the data system utilized by the Virginia Department of Ed and across the Commonwealth in the 132 school divisions, was defunded. It was vacated in usage in October. So there is currently no growth system in place. When you look at the performance framework, which we have rolled out this past year, you can see that growth is a very large percentage of a school's accreditation status. There is currently no system in place, and students are about to begin SOL testing at the secondary level next week, I dare say. It could even be this week, and you can look at Beth Hausler for a head nod. That is a major priority and must take the focus of the Virginia Department of Education this year. And that is another reason why we are promoting 25-26 as year 0. Focus your energies on a growth model and then transition into year 1 of cut scores being 26-27. Additionally, in order to be eligible for growth, Sarah Calverick has to have taken 3 SOL assessments prior to being eligible. The Assistant Superintendent for Accountability has clearly indicated, coming from Maryland most recently, that we are one of the most stringent states and that many other states require 2 test completions. So we are asking for that mechanism to be reduced from 3 to 2 so more students are eligible to utilize growth as part of their success and our accreditation success. Finally, under legislative items that are noted in House Bill 1957, the automatic advanced math enrollment for middle school math, the new cut score for math pass rate is way higher than what they have us using for this year's automatic enrollment. So in essence, if you are automatically enrolled in math this year, I think it was a 425 that was used for that cut score, with proficiency being 400 and advanced being 500, that score is now failing. What's in the approaching category if that's adopted. So we have a disconnect. And that just started this fall. Secondary testing is earmarked to happen the last 2 weeks of school. We have some legitimate concerns with that. We want to make sure we have high quality intervention and remediation for anyone that's eligible for expedited retesting. We also want to honor year-end celebrations that are baked into culture. We also want to make sure that grading is able to be completed before educators' contractual obligations draw to a close. And if you are using the final 2 weeks and you are doing expedited testing up until the very last day students are in their seats, this year our calendar only has 1 day beyond that for educators. So we do not believe that that final 2 weeks is sufficient for secondary testing. This law also states that the 600-point scale will be converted to a 100-point scale. So we have all of these new cut scores that vary depending on grade and content area, and now this law is stating those numbers will then be converted to a 100-point scale. That is to be revisited. And so we definitely feel that there is lack of understanding amongst educators, lack of understanding amongst students, lack of understanding amongst parents, and something of this nature, if well developed, may create greater clarity, but if the plane is being flown while it is being developed, it will continue to exacerbate the lack of transparency and clarity. And then finally, this bill also indicates that an SOL test should be considered as 10% of a student's final grade. I don't know about you, but I like to think I'm pretty studious, but I sure know that I've had bad days and I've sat at a test and I haven't had the result that I indeed prepped for or desired. And I would hate to think that my year-long efforts in a course were undermined by 10% of 1 day's test, reflecting how a college could view me or how an employer could view me. So those are aspects that you will see built into our legislative priorities, which I have delayed intentionally because I need to see what comes out of the Board of Education on Thursday. And so what are our next steps? We have completed the following. We drafted our own messaging because we have not yet received the communication toolbox from VDOE. And so we created our own messaging to send to families and staff. That was a Q&A format that was really user-friendly. We sent that on October 2nd. We've submitted Region 3 input to the VDOE on 10/6. We met with building leaders to discuss at Principal Roundtable these changes on 10/15. We obviously are here this evening presenting updates to you. On October 21st, which is indeed tomorrow, Region 3 has crafted a 3-page letter. I have a draft for you to share when I come back up to the dais on our recommendations. Wednesday is the Board of Ed's workshop. Thursday is the formal meeting where they will vote and make an adoption of an implementation plan. So if our board has any interest in submitting something as a school board, we have a very short window of time, 24 hours, so you would just need to let me know this evening and we can work between a couple of drafts that we already have underway. We also want to communicate after the October 24th board vote with our stakeholders and eventually host some informational sessions because this has a drastic impact. You have children that have been performing at an advanced proficient level that now are going to be proficient. You have many children that have been performing at the proficient level that will now be below proficient. And so we have to have a community understanding of that, and that they understand it as across the Commonwealth. It is not solely a Caroline scenario. And then we need to engage, however feasible, with the Board of Ed and the Department of Ed on a growth model. We are going to be at spring testing before you know it. And I find it unjust that the model isn't crafted so that we know the rules of the protocol. So that's a huge priority, and I definitely want some of our staff members engaged in that work. And then finally, that last bullet is action planning. We've already started watching webinars on literacy and math grants that came out last week from the Department of Ed. We know some of them are competitive. Some of them may be aligned with what our accreditation accountability status is, but that hasn't yet been clarified to us. We need to develop FY27 priorities to support this. We need to identify professional learning and, of course, any staffing needs that may be associated with this. This is what I know at this point. I am happy to take any questions and answer what I am able to, or to bring any suggestions back on behalf of CCPS.
Thank you, Dr. Calvert. Does board members have questions or concerns for Dr. Calvert?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Grants, we've already had this
Yes,
conversation.
absolutely.
Grants, come and go. And it's while the amount seems big, you have to divide that across 132 school divisions.
Yes, sir.
So that can quickly
Dwindle.
go away and not necessarily be renewed. In your experience, your tenure in education, what do you feel, bad word, what do you think is going to be the outcome?
Sure.
Worst case scenario.
Well, I'm a half glass full person, so I'm going to give you my half glass full scenario. If I had a crystal ball and I could prognosticate forward to Thursday, I do believe that we will have a multi-year rollout process. I think that VAS has asked for 8 years. They've put out 4 and 5. With feedback, I hope we land on 5. If not, I hope that year 0 is considered 25, 26, because there are just so many innate issues. It's almost like trying to frost your cake while it's baking, right? We know that doesn't work. So I would hope that they would delay to 26, 27, year 1, and then that there would be actual funding identified, since we're re-benchmarking and we're doing a biennium. The other aspect that really plays into this, quite frankly, is we have a gubernatorial race on our hands. And regardless of who takes office, right, whatever political party is victorious, they both are going to want to move forward with high expectations. It's how we do that that I believe will look different. And so while we're all eager and a tad bit anxious to, rev our engines and prep and plan, we also have to be able to pump the brakes and see what transpires in terms of who will be elected into the governor's chair. So
the reason I asked that, not to really put you on the spot, is because there is the push to get things done.
Correct.
And have it done deal.
Sure.
Before the next whoever the next administration that comes into place. And I'm just concerned, are we prepared for the worst case scenario?
Right. Every leader has a platform that they believe in and want to achieve before their departure, and I think we can all understand that and not fault anyone. Having said that, process is everything. And how you go about educating, informing, communicating, that is essential to change. And there are many roots of resistance that are currently being birthed because we are lacking in some of those areas.
Yes, I think, well, let me just say, a few weeks ago, there was a Zoom meeting where the Board of Education met, and they talked about the cut scores and the changes. And most of the people on there, well, most of them were school superintendents. And I heard basically the same things, the same concerns that you had addressed here tonight. I just think that school boards should make no mistake that we have concerns about the implementation of this process. And I'm speaking for myself, I don't have a problem with raising the bar. I think that's how you achieve. But I don't think you should raise the bar when you have not had time to implement what's necessary to help you meet the bar. And that's what I see with this. If this were, and it's already been passed, I mean, it's not something that we're wondering whether or not this is going to happen. It's going to happen. But it's the implementation. And I would think, and again, this is my opinion, I would think all school boards, I would think, would send some type of communication regarding the implementation of this process. It's going to take money because new programs need to be developed. Kids need to have an opportunity to adjust so that they can meet this new demand. And I know I'm thinking when I started college, and I won't tell you what year it was, then you'll know how old I am, but when I started college, I went in under one plan. And that 4 years that I was there, that was the plan that I graduated under. They didn't change my requirements in my junior year or my sophomore year. And so I think to implement this program now would be just doing that. You have students who are seniors who could be affected by this change if it were to take place as it is being presented, because the cut scores are higher, and many of our classes, you have to pass the SOL in order to pass the course. And so you could be doing well, but it could be just a bad day for you, or maybe you don't, for some reason you don't pass the SOL, you don't pass the class. So I would, I guess, want to know what the board's opinion is about something in writing, talking about what those concerns are as far as the implementation and other things that go with putting this into practice. So that's, but I think we should do something. I think we should, when you don't say something, then it's thought that you agree. And I don't think we agree with this being implemented as it is. But that's my opinion. I don't know what other board members think. Okay,
I completely agree. And take it a step further, you understand now why, the achievement gap scores.
Oh, absolutely.
That's going to be devastating for them. So, yeah, I completely support it.
Okay.
And just a small little factoid for those of you that are Jeopardy fans, this may come up. We are only one of 7 states that continues to require the passing of standardized tests for graduation. So, little unicorn-like in the United States.
Okay. Okay, then I think you could put together something,
Sure.
and then we could look at it and.
I will have something to you by noon tomorrow, and if I could simply ask that you do an expedited review and get back with me by about 3, I'll text you to let you know when it's out, so that I then in turn can turn it around and they can receive it before they begin workshop. Because that is where, the nuts and bolts are crafted in workshop and then implemented through a vote on Thursday. So thank you so much for your questions and your attention to this important matter.
Thank you. That takes us to revenues and expenditures. Dr. Farrell.
Good evening, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, members of the board, Dr. Calveric. This evening, I'll be presenting the financial results for September of fiscal year 2026. Under revenues, operating revenues for the month of September total of $3.3 million, bringing the year-to-date total to $13.2 million, or 28% of the annual budget. Special fund revenues for September were $451,000, with a year-to-date total of $644,000, representing 7.98% of the annual budget. Total revenues for all funds in September amounted to $3.7 million, bringing the year-to-date total to $13.9 million, or 18.93% of the overall revenue budget. Under expenditures, operating expenditures for September were $5.4 million, with year-to-date expenditures of $12.8 million, or 19.62% of the annual expenditure budget. Special fund expenditures totaled $787,000 for the month, with year-to-date totals of $1.5 million, or 18.49%. Total expenditures for all funds in September were $6.2 million, bringing the year-to-date total to $14.3 million, or 19.49% of the annual budget. Next, I'd like to read a statement from Marcia Stevens, our Chief Operating Officer. Ms. Stevens is currently attending the Association of School Business Officials National Conference in Dallas-Fort Worth and is unable to provide this update in person. She shared the following brief update regarding the treasurer transition and the current status of the audit. On October 6, 2025, Beth Curran, former county treasurer, began serving as the interim county treasurer. Our team is actively working with her office to support the transition and assist with the closeout of FY25. As part of this process, we're also working with our financial software vendor to update the authorized signatures on our checks, as the county treasurer is one of the required signatories. Due to the transition, the auditors were on site earlier than usual this year and conducted in-person school visits over a 2-day period. To support the continued audit process, we are providing additional documentation electronically, as we're still in the process of reconciling financials with the treasurer's office. We received the June county reports on September 29th and are currently awaiting the post-year end reports, which will include accrued revenues, expenditures, and balance sheet items. Remain committed to work closely with Ms. Curran to ensure a smooth transition, complete the financial closeout, finalize the audit, and prepare the consolidated financial report. Be happy to take any questions from the board.
Board members have questions regarding?
Yes, sir. We are reconciled to the county as of what date again? Did you say June?
We have all of, yes, up through June, but not the final reports.
And do we have a date when that audit is due?
We do not.
Okay, thank you.
Board members have other questions? If not, thank you, Dr. Farley.
Thank you.
Believe you have something else?
Yes, sir.
ADM?
Yes. Good evening again, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, members of the board, and Dr. Calveric. I'll be presenting the average daily membership update for September 2025. Average daily membership is determined by dividing the total aggregate daily membership by the number of school days in session during the school year. The September year-to-date principal's ADM report was 4,296.356. The year-to-date total is 4,299.128. The number of students who are in the SISNA Exceptional Education Regional Program is 19 this year, compared to 28.18 last year. SISTA stands for Students with Intensive Support Needs Application. The funds are designed to help offset the high cost of providing instructional and direct services to students with certain low-incidence disabilities. Lastly, there are 33 students who are being served through the CSA Child Services Act. I'd be happy to take any questions from the board on the September ADM report.
Board members have questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to the consent agenda, I believe. Are there items on the consent agenda that board members have questions about or concerns?
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that we would approve the consent agenda items A through K as presented. Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Mr. Fortune?
Aye.
Dr. Rollins-Fells?
Aye.
Dr. Hubbard?
Aye.
Mrs. Sears?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Mr. Taylor?
Aye. And the consent agenda stands approved as presented. This takes us to citizen comment. The Caroline County School Board welcomes public comments during regular meetings and public hearings. Speakers may address an item on the board meeting agenda or an item not on the agenda during this time. All comments should address a matter related to Caroline County Public Schools. Each speaker may speak for up to 3 minutes. Once you see the red light on the traffic light positions in front of the clerk, please make your last statement. The school board chair is responsible for recognizing all speakers, for maintaining proper order, and for adhering to the time limit stated above. The chair is authorized to stop and/or have removed any speaker who uses language that is obscene, constitutes fighting words, true threats, or solicitation to commit crimes, and incites imminent lawless action. Moreover, the chair may stop or have removed any person who disrupts the orderly function of the meeting by making loud, boisterous, or threatening comments. Once you come to the elect turn, if you have not signed in with the clerk, please complete the appearance request form, state your name and your district. At this time, the clerk will call those who have signed up prior to the meeting. Hearing none that have signed up, are there citizens in the audience who would like to make citizen comments at this time? Are there citizens in the audience who would like to make comments at this time? Again, any citizens in the audience who would like to make public comments at this time? Seeing no one with the intention or the desire to speak, I will declare the public comment section closed. That takes us to new business. The first reading budget calendar for fiscal year 27. Dr. Farley.
Thank you. Good evening again, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, members of the board, Dr. Calveric. Before the board this evening is the first read of the FY27 budget development calendar. Building a public school budget is essential for ensuring that resources are allocated effectively to support student learning, staff needs, and school operations. It helps prioritize spending, plan for future growth, meet legal and state funding requirements, and involve the community in decision-making. A well-developed budget ensures transparency, accountability, and alignment with our educational goals. Then I outlined 4 primary phases of our work over the next several months. First is the initial planning and input portion of our calendar this fall. Then moving into the winter with budget workshops and hearings. Then budget approvals throughout the spring, and final steps next May. A few highlights of the calendar before you. Senior staff met on October 14th to set FY27 budget focus and distribute materials. October 24th, budget requests are due from departments and schools this Friday. November to February, we'll have several advisory committee meetings for community and employee feedback. On December 8th, the board will hold a budget workshop for operations. And on the week of December 15th, the governor's proposed state budget released. I didn't include the CIP information because Chris covered that pretty thoroughly earlier. During the winter phase, budget workshops and hearings. On January 12th, we have a board budget workshop. Also on that date, a public hearing at Caroline Middle School. And then really to be determined dates, January, first couple of weeks of January, hopefully a joint meeting with the County Board of Supervisors. During the spring, budget approval process, February 9th, the board approves the proposed FY27 operating budget. The next day, the budget be submitted to the county and the Board of Supervisors. And then during a mid-February to maybe mid-March joint Board of Education and County Board of Supervisors budget workshops. April 21st, the Board of Supervisors adopts the FY27 county budget and tax rates. And then final steps in May 11th, updated FY27 school budget presented to the Board of Education for adoption. And then May 12th, formal request to the Board of Supervisors for budget appropriation. Please note several of the county dates and meetings with the Board of Supervisors are yet to be determined or projected at this point. I'd be happy to take any questions from the board on the draft calendar.
Board members have questions regarding the draft calendar? Okay.
Thank you.
Fine, thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, that takes us to the first reading for new courses.
Good evening, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Fortune, Superintendent Dr. Calveric, and members of the school board. Dr. Neighbors and I are here tonight to present a new course that we would like to have included in the school year 26-27 program of studies. This new course will support our Achieve 2027 strategic plan to prepare our students to be 3E ready, specifically key strategy 1.2.1 to provide strong academic programming.
The addition of the new dual enrollment economics course helps to complete the required number of courses, 10, for students pursuing the Uniform Certificate of General Studies through our Germanna Community College partnership. This course also satisfies the Virginia Department of Education's Economics and Personal Finance, also known as EFP graduation requirement, while also earning college credit toward this UCGS. It's a lot of acronyms, sorry. And an associate degree pathway in the future. By offering this dual enrollment option, students can meet both high school graduation and community college general education requirements, advancing their progress toward post-secondary goals while still in high school. At this time, we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Any board members have questions? Dr. Calvert, did you? Oh, I'm sorry.
This would start next year.
Yes. So this would be our program of studies for 26-27. I can't believe.
Could you please provide a 60-second summary of Passport and UCGS and the importance of that financially, as well as its transferability to college?
Yes. So UCGS and our partnership Germanna, right now, based on the policy that came out in July 1st, 2024, those courses are free to our students, meaning we would not charge them if we use our staff, our faculty, and if they meet the requirements of teaching those dual enrollment courses, we can teach those courses for free at no cost to our students. So long as we have our staff and they're qualified to do that. There are 10 courses that make that universal certificate of general studies. Sorry, late in the night, my words are fleeting me. And with those courses we have outlined, now we already currently have 6 of those 10. We have the dual enrollment English, which serves as the English 12 course. So that's 111 and 112. That's taken in 12th grade. We also have the U.S. history course, dual enrollment, that is in 11th grade, and it serves as our U.S. Virginia history course, which also meets high school graduation requirements, and we offer humanities. So those 6 courses, then economics would be now 7 courses, and we have 3 more courses to complete the certificate. Our goal still for next year is to start offering those. This is step 1, because we know we can do this. We've met with Germanna. They have the course information for us. They have seen this done in other school districts, so we're excited. We're actually even trying to offer it virtually this summer for students to take ahead of time. So that is if this course is approved at the next board meeting. And so those other 3 courses will be a science, a math, and another humanities course that we'll need to add for the 10 courses. So what happens then with that passport, with that certificate, is that is transferable to our Virginia colleges, and basically it's our first year of school, of college. And so it covers all the general requirements in our colleges across the Commonwealth. And so that is a benefit to our families, because if they are not having to pay for that in college and they're getting that free college education in high school, that's 1 year off of college tuition. So it's a huge benefit. Also, as we work toward this, as we put the certificate in place, this will help us toward, earlier tonight we talked about the associate's degree. These would be the courses then lean to the associate's degree. As we continue to build that in the coming years, our associate's degree will have a pathway. We are exploring whether it's health sciences, education, as to build our teacher pipeline. These 10 courses will help be the foundation for the associates, which will be another 10 courses in that specific certificate or degree area, excuse me. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, sure.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Quick question. My understanding of dual enrollment classes is you have to have like certified staff to teach it, meaning that they have to have a master's degree in this case, it would be, is it economics in order to teach the course through a community college? Is that correct?
You can have a master's, or you can have 18 hours of master coursework in that specific area. We have a teacher currently on staff that we have submitted, Dr. Conley has submitted their transcript to Germanna to see if their coursework that they've had, he is a new teacher to our program. He's currently teaching economics and personal finance. So we're ensuring that he could be that teacher. Sorry, excuse me.
No, thank you, Dr. Neighbors. Mr. Chairman, I move for waiving of first reading and approval of the new course as presented this evening.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second that we would waive the second reading and approve the course as presented with the first reading.
Question.
Yeah, question. Okay.
Are there any hiccups or any challenges that we need to resolve before we go to final say? Staffing, budgeting, so we're good to go?
We
if
don't
were to
see
vote
any
this?
for this course, no, sir.
Okay, other questions? If not, Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
Dr. Rollins-Fells,
Aye.
Mrs. Sears,
Aye.
Mr. Fortune,
Aye.
Dr. Hubbard,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly.
Aye.
Mr. Taylor.
Aye. And the motion carries. All right, that takes us to school board member comments. We'll start on this end this time. Mr. Kelly, would you?
Well, it's 9:18 at night. I got about 10 things I want to talk about. Just kidding. The only thing I'm going to say tonight is, and I don't want to mention anybody's names, but we know who Caroline played on Friday night, and it was just nice to go to work today and say, I told you so. That concludes my comments.
I understand. Ms. Sears.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to be really quick, but I do have kind of a lot to say. First, I want to congratulate, obviously, our football team and thank the coaches and parents and everyone. And I hope that everyone comes out on Friday night to support so we can keep going. We're doing so great. I want to congratulate the marching band. They have improved tremendously in every one of their competitions this month. And I really want to thank Mr. King, Mr. RS, and Ms. Beauchamp or Coach Natalie for all their hard work this season. And I'm really proud of all the students because they've put in so much work. And they look great and they're excited, and I'm just excited to see the program grow. I also want to shout out the cross country team. They are having a really great season with a lot of personal records over several different meets, and I really want to commend Coach Asa and Coach Brandy for their help in that. They're very knowledgeable in running techniques, and our students are really excelling, and they actually have their district meet on Wednesday afternoon, so good luck to them. I also want to thank Dr. Conley and the high school staff for planning and putting on a really great homecoming dance. I know the students had a great time and everyone looked great, and so I really appreciate the staff who have to work that event. At my school, my homecoming is this Saturday, and I have to work that event, and so I know that it is extra time put in on a Saturday, so I really appreciate it, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Sears. Dr. Rollins-Fells?
Yes, sir. I have 7 points. One, thank you to the principals for the hard work that you do. Just wanted to acknowledge your recognition. Second, staff and student honorees, and I wanted to look down to our student board rep and just say, we already knew you were amazing, but to see all those certificates, oh my gosh. Not gonna lie, I saw your artwork and I looked at that picture and I was like, why is this face familiar? And then it connected tonight. So just keep being absolutely amazing. You're quite the artist. Also wanted to just acknowledge publicly the tribe, the community that came out to support people who were being recognized this evening. I thought that was absolutely phenomenal. So we want to continue to invite you guys to come out. And then congratulations again to Taft Coghill a proud alum of Caroline High School. I did have the opportunity to go to the Virginia Workforce and Education Conference. Lots was discussed there, but one of the takeaway points was in regards to AI. And a critical theme that happened across the colleges and experts in that room was AI is pushing critical thinking for the human input. And if we focused in that, then it doesn't become as intimidating. So, you know, educators were encouraged to make room for that and figure out how to do that with integrity. Point 4, for the budget, I would like to have a discussion about student academic groups such as FFA and the art teacher and band and STEM, chorus, the CTE, the clubs, looking at adding in our budget, whether at the school level or our budget, money to support our students going out and competing. I know in the past, families have to have skin in the game as well, and there's community fundraising and things of that nature, but as our programs grow and our students become more and more competitive, they are very expensive. So if we could look at intentionally including that, and maybe we do, and I'm speaking out of turn, but that's just what's on my radar. Also, a call to action to teachers that it is budget season, and I cannot tell you how many times I have a conversation with someone who will say, well, I wish I had this in my classroom, or I need that in my classroom, and then I say, did you put your request in? So, you know, teachers, stand at your classroom door. What do you wish that you have? Let your voice be heard and submit the request. Not saying that we can fund everything, but we can't fund what we don't know. Last 2 points, operational acknowledgement. I wanted to say to our staff on the school board operations side of the house, there have been a lot of changes in education this year. Not all of them have been very clearly defined. Some things are still in flux, and as a board member, what we have asked for is to bring us the facts, separate your emotion from it, and give us the information that we need to be able to make informed decisions. And you all have done that and continue to do that. So just wanted to acknowledge that it's a lot going on, and we have to work together for that. Which brings me to my last point, and that is #OneCaroline. Although there's a lot of unknown, I am excited because as a governance board, we get to navigate the waters for our community in a way that I would dare say we haven't had to do at this level in so many different places since I've been in education, and that's been 20 years. So I want us to buckle in, lean in, and I also wanted to publicly acknowledge you, Mr. Underwood and Mr. Sealy, for being in the meeting tonight. And I'm going to do that because I'm hard when it's wrong, but I'm right when it's right. And I want to acknowledge your presence tonight. We had agenda items that require both boards, and you're still here, and it's 9:25. So I see you, sir. Thank you for co-representing our district together, and I hope that this continues to move forward as we are working to be #OneCaroline. I see you, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rollins-Fels. Mr. Fortune?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since our last school board meeting, it's been my pleasure to continue to work on the inaugural CCPS Hall of Fame Committee with my colleague on the dais, Mrs. Sears, as well as some great CCPS staff, as well as community members and leaders. I especially want to thank our communications and community engagement specialist, Ms. Kimberly Young, and CH President Dr. Connolly for shepherding this process. And I want to also and thank the community as well for providing nominations. I am super duper excited about this process. We've learned a lot, and I want to formally invite the community to join the committee on this Friday at 6:15 as we are in a position to publicly announce the inductees of our inaugural class within the CCPS Hall of Fame, which will take place at 6:15, just ahead of our football game, in which our 7-0 Caroline High Cavaliers will take the field. And I think I see someone out there that I can guarantee will be there at 6:15 for that historic event and occasion. So with that, I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fortune. Dr. Holt.
Thank you. Let me begin by thanking really publicly the Virginia School Board Association for that, that very informative virtual lunch and learn session we had, where we got an in-depth discussions and comments and concerns on the cut scores. And we knew it was serious, and we've been biting at the bit, but that was a very informative opportunity for everyone, so I do appreciate that. I want to also give a shout out to the organizers for the Together We Shine event. It was phenomenal. You had a lot of participants out there, a lot of parents and students, a lot of giveaways, a lot of food, but it was a great event, and it really did well. And I have heard multiple comments from that event, so kudos to you. We had an ACE meeting, so shout out to Ms. Harrington and Ms. Lisa. I can never pronounce her name properly. I apologize, but a great meeting with a lot of great input from not only staff, but also from parents and whatnot. And I think they'll be looking for opportunities to nest some events with the public and with obviously the school community to champion that. Shout out to Ms. Hexall, Ms. Golden, and Wendy Jones for their continued effort with the Pause Food Pantry. Food insecurity, folks, is real, and we need to make sure that we don't overlook that. I want to give a shout out and a thanks to Jeff Seeley. We actually had the opportunity to present some books in Spanish to Bowling Green Elementary Library. Books by the author, signed by the author, and it was pretty telling to have that type of contribution to one of the schools where we have the fastest growing Spanish population. So that was very good there. I would be remiss if I didn't also acknowledge Reggie Underwood out there and keeping us honest and true. I commend Taft Coghill, who is actually also chairman of the Deacon Board at the Shiloh Baptist Church, where we will be celebrating this accomplishment next Sunday. So that's good. Shout out to the STEM Expo. The first one, I think, is this Thursday out at Lewis and Clark. So we're going to see what these bright future scientists and engineers and whatnot, and I think it'll be a great time. Again, I appreciate your input, your efforts, your words of wisdom. I appreciate your patience with my questions, and if anyone thinks that I'm going to cease, I'm sorry, I'm not. But I'm going to try to gather information so we can make informed decisions. So nothing personal. It is all about gathering information so that we can all move together, forward together. And I think that's important. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Hubbard. Jay?
Well, good evening, and I apologize in advance. I am losing my voice, but I have just a few things. First, I wanted to give an update to my listening tour that I had mentioned at our last meeting. I have had the opportunity to go to the middle school and Lewis and Clark Elementary and speak with some of the students there, as well as at the high school. We had our leadership meeting, and I was able to attend that. So I had the opportunity to talk with a few of the students and get some information from them. And at the next month's school board meeting, I will be presenting my findings and what I've heard from the students, so excited for that. And another thing that I wanted to recognize is the new movement at the high school during Cavlock with the one school, one book, where every student was given Trevor Noah, Born a Crime, and every Monday during Cavlock, we have specific reading time where we spend that entire block and we get the opportunity to read the book. And I've started reading it, and I think it's a really good book so far, so I hope that everyone thinks the same. And another thing, adding on to Miss Sears talking about homecoming, I wanted to just talk about homecoming week. I think that's the best homecoming week I've seen all 4 years that I've been at the high school. The school spirit and the decorations and the football team, all of it was amazing. The best homecoming I've seen so far. And last but not least, I want to congratulate all of you guys on your recognition and your award for the VSBA. Congratulations. And I think that's all. I'm done.
Thank you, Jay. And again, I want to echo what has been said on the dais tonight. You know, by the time it gets to the last person, all the good things are taken. So, and due to the lateness of the hour, I can just say thank you and nod in agreement. But I do want to say just a couple of things. Congratulations to our football team. Our football team is undefeated. I think this is I was born in Caroline County. I've never known us to have an undefeated football team. And I think that's just a great thing. And I think that's a tribute to our talented young people and our talented coaches and to the parents, just to our community at large. So that's a great thing. I would, again, as been said, like to thank Mr. Seeley and Mr. Underwood for attending tonight. And Mr. Underwood staying this late, I can't believe it. But just joking. But I appreciate you all. And it gave us an opportunity to say some things that you needed to hear. And certainly, and I'm sure we're going to get reactions to what we said, and that's all right. I mean, we that's how we do things. That's how we make things happen. And in closing, I would just say thank you to all of the staff, all of what you do, our teachers, principals, just everybody who works, you know, with our children behind the scenes, you know, our maintenance people, our cafeteria workers. We have a family in Carolina, and we work together to get it done. And we get it done. And each day I hear of the good things that are going on in Carolina. And that's going to continue because we're not going to let it change. So, having said that, I will yield back to the superintendent for her comments.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. I do want to piggyback off of the previous comments associated with the Hall of Fame. In addition to this Friday's community announcement, we are very much looking forward to partnering with Mattapani Barnes to have the more formal gala, which is completely sponsored by our business partners on November 12th. And so we have 16 inductees, and we very much look forward being hip to hip with them to celebrate the goodness that they have brought forward over the last decades of service. I also want to be grateful and extend thanks to Bowling Green Baptist, who hosted a welcome luncheon for our 3 newest international teachers through Greenheart Exchange. Bria, Roxanne, and James joined us with over 10 years of teaching experience each, and they are hitting the ground running with all of the onboarding and coaching processes, and I believe later next week they may ultimately take over their own class. Or was it this week? Friday is the date. So we're very excited to have them. One is an exceptional ed teacher, one is a math teacher, and one is an English teacher. So welcome to them, and thank you to Bowling Green Baptist. I would be remiss if I did not say how amazing the Bowling Green Harvest Festival was, orchestrated by our very own clerk of the board, and that is her side gig, and she is a guru at facilitating events of that nature. But beyond just the amazing camaraderie amongst our Caroline community, CCPS had a massive showing. We had board members there. We had supervisors there that we were chatting up. We had our JROTC. We had our students volunteering for the Caroline's Promise pageant. We had our staff members running the inflatables that were actually donated for the day for us to use by Leaping Lizards. So shout out to Leaping Lizards. There are just so many different ways to see our work in action. I bought a keychain from the carpentry class. I don't know about you, but they were beautiful. So just wanted to make sure we gave credit where credit was due. Also, another community event that I'm looking forward to, you know, we have Tremendous Faith Advisory Committee, and on October 26th is the 25th anniversary of Bishop Dwayne Fields' service in the faith field. And so all leaders, the sheriff, the superintendent, and I'm certain other folks have been asked to come and provide words or remarks of celebration. So I very much look forward to that. And then just a few dates. November 3rd is a wellness day for the division, and November 4th is election day. So students have a 4-day weekend. Election day is parent-teacher conferences. So staff will be in service. The wellness day, if you are a 12-month employee, you are able to work from home if you're job eligible, or you can put in a 12-month leave day for that day. As that is not a date that has been previously identified by the school board as a 12-month holiday. So with that being said, the final thing I want to remind us of is legislative season, and on November, I need to put my glasses on, 13th, from 8:30 to 10, we will host our legislators and our community leaders, and we're hosting at Bowling Green this year. So invitations are out. If you haven't RSVP'd, please do so we can make appropriate plans, but we look forward to that. With that, I yield the floor.
And thank you. All right, that takes us to our closed session, and I will entertain a motion to enter into closed session for the superintendent's personnel agenda for the discussion of appointments, stipends, non-renewals, resignations, retirements, leave of absence, military leave, corrections, position changes, hourly, and substitutes, as authorized by the Virginia Code 2.2-371A3.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we would go into executive session under the above.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Under the above action. You may call for the vote.
Mrs. Sears?
Aye.
Mr. Fortune?
Aye.
Dr. Hubbard?
Aye.
Dr. Rollins-Fowles?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Mr. Taylor?
Aye, and we are now in executive session.
I move for a return from closed session.
Second.
And certification.
And second.
Mrs. Sears,
Aye.
Mr. Fortune,
Aye.
Dr. Hubbard,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Dr. Ronspels,
Aye.
Mr. Taylor.
I certify.
I so certify.
I so certify.
I so certify.
I so certify.
So moved.
Second.
So sorry, I'm trying to catch up. Dr. Ronspels,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Dr. Hubbard,
Aye.
Mr. Fortune,
Aye.
Mrs. Sears,
Aye.
Mr. Taylor.
I move for
Motion to
adjournment.
adjourn.
Second.
So move.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.